మాట్లాడినారంటే
హలో హలో ఎన్ఆర్సీ గుంతకల్ హలో
పెట్టి ఇది మాట్లాడిన
ఇప్పుడు విజన్ కరెక్ట్
పైకి పోతే ఇప్పుడు సరిపోయింది సార్ క్లాస్ చేస్తున్నాం సార్.
NRC vertical, please respond.
Sir, NRC vertical responding, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Part number Abandhi Krishna Vedu, clear?
Okay.
Hello.
Sir.
Rajapuri Abandhi Krishna Vedu. Abandhi Krishna Vedu. Hello. NRC vertical. Jnaneshwar मेरा था. Satisfied Jnaneshwar.
Krishna sir, good morning sir.
Very good morning.
You are audible sir.
Audible, sir. Audible. Hearing, sir. Okay. Please. Right, sir.
Perfect sir.
Perfect.
Edit college Sir, good morning, sir. Nandyal responding.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, voice clear గా ఉందా సార్?
Clear గా ఉంది.
Thank you, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. ఒకసారి ఆడియో టెస్ట్ తీసుకోండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. ఒకసారి మాట్లాడండి మళ్ళీ.
సార్ మా వాయిస్
ఓకే సార్. ఓకే ఫైన్. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్.
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంటకల్ రెస్పాన్స్ సార్.
సార్ ఓకే సార్. ఆడిబుల్ సార్. పర్ఫెక్ట్. యువర్ ఆడియో పర్ఫెక్ట్.
ఓకే
ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంటూరు.
Sir, good morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
Yeah, NRC. Sir, voice okay na, sir?
ఓకే సార్.
Okay, sir. Okay.
డికేడబ్ల్యూ నెల్లూరు.
Good morning, sir.
సార్ నెల్లూరు ఒకసారి మాట్లాడండి.
Audible, sir.
సార్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్. ఓకే సార్. ఉమెన్ విశాఖ.
Morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం.
Sir, am I audible?
ఆడిబుల్ మ్యామ్.
Thank you.
ఎన్ఆర్సి కాకినాడ ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి కాకినాడ.
Sir. Good morning.
సార్ కాకినాడ.
Sir, good morning.
సార్ బ్రేక్ అవుతుంది. యువర్ ఆడియో బ్రేక్ అవుతుంది. కొంచెం ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి. శ్రీకాళహస్తి ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
Sir, good morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం. ఎన్ఆర్సి తణుకు ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
పార్వతీపురం
అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి.
రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
ఓకే సార్. మార్నింగ్
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి పార్వతీపురం.
మార్నింగ్ సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్.
మై వాయిస్ ఈజ్ ఆడిబుల్ టు యూ సార్.
ఆడిబుల్ సార్. పర్ఫెక్ట్ సార్.
ఓకే థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Sir, last week I don't even know, sir.
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి కాకినాడ.
Yes, sir. Darling, yes, sir.
సార్ ఆడియో బ్రేక్ అవుతూ వస్తుంది సార్. ఒకసారి చూడండి.
Okay, sir.
క్లారిటీ ఉండట్లేదు.
Okay, sir.
SRR, please respond. Am I audible? SRR? NRC Vijayawada.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Sir, good morning. NRC Vijayawada responding, sir.
Okay, and audible. PVK in Chittoor? PVK in Chittoor, please respond.
Sir, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir. ఎన్ఆర్సి పీలేరు. మీరు 2 యూజర్ నేమ్‌తో జాయిన్ అయ్యారండి. ఒక దాంట్లో సైన్ అవుట్ అయిపోయింటే మీకు ఎక్కువ వచ్చేస్తది.
Everyone.
Sir, on behalf of CCE, we welcome you, sir. Salil Pulakar, sir.
Am I audible?
Audible, ma'am. Diksha ma'am, good morning. Diksha ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, good morning. On behalf of CCA, we welcome you, ma'am, on 5th day session. So please introduce Sulil
Yes,
Pulekar, sir,
ma'am.
to the
Yes, sir.
participants.
So, Salil sir is here.
Hello.
Yes, sure. It's just that on my screen, it's not, it's not properly visible right now.
Ma'am, your
Hello.
audio is not audible.
Sir, can you tell me if I'm audible enough? Hello.
Madam Deksha ma'am.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome, sir. Welcome, Salil, sir, to this session today. I'm sorry you cannot turn on the video. It's the poor connection here right now. So I'll just take a moment, sir, and everybody to introduce Salil Pulekar, sir, here. So Salil, sir, is a life coach and corporate trainer, self-development mastery guide, and meditation expert. Along with that, he is also an ex-Master at Management and Software Technology Private Limited. Along with that, he is also a master the trainer of the art of living since past 25 years. Thank you, sir. We are very fortunate to
Excuse me, madam.
have you
Excuse me, madam.
here.
Nellore maps is not audible, madam.
On to you, sir.
The voice is breaking. It is not audible. The speaker's voice is breaking. Thank you.
On to you, sir. Am I audible?
Ma'am Deksha ma'am, not audible ma'am. Sir Salil Pulekar sir, please take the session sir. I think there is some network issue. Now you are the presenter sir.
Okay. Good morning, namaskar everyone.
Sir, totally there are 18 NRC centers are there sir. Overall statewide all faculties are joined in this session sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir, fine. So should we start, sir?
Yeah sir.
Okay. Okay, sir. So yes, good morning and namaste everyone. I hope everybody is doing fine. Yeah. It is quite funny that on a session on communication, the session has started with improper communication.
Sir,
Yeah. Yeah, Diksha ma'am, it's okay. We'll just start the session. It is fine. Okay. So it doesn't matter. Let us get to know more about each other as the session progresses. You know, anyway, nobody remembers these biodata introductions. Yeah. So I don't think it should matter to us. First of all, is my voice audible to everybody?
Sir, audible sir, perfect.
Okay.
Please carry on sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So first of all, for me, it is a big honor and privilege. It was my dream when I was in school and college I was not good at academics at all. So I always had this desire in my mind that one day I should be able to teach somebody. But then I used to think, what subject can I teach? And I realized I'm not good in any subject. So I was a very average student. So then that dream just, went into the background. But somehow, by God's grace, by the blessings of my Gurudev and whatever life situations I went through, I actually became a trainer, a master trainer, a trainer of trainers and things like that. It has all happened. Yeah. So this is a great honor and privilege for me that I am here to share something with all of you. It is not that I'm going to teach you anything here, because as I understand from the profile of the people who are sitting here in the audience, all of you are highly educated people. All of you are teachers. Yeah. So let us have a dialogue. Let us have some exchange of knowledge here, and let us learn from each other whatever we can in the next 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes that we have. Yeah. Is that a good idea? Should we keep this interactive? Yes. Yes, no? Any indication? Yeah, okay. Okay. So communication is a two-way process. Yeah, communication is a two-way process. Though I know all of you are sitting in different locations, and for me on the screen, everybody is, visible, like very, very small figures. Yeah. But still we will do our best to make it a two-way process. Okay. So to begin with, would any one of you like to share what do you think are the most important aspects in effective communication? Would anyone like to share what are the ingredients of effective communication? What are the most important components of effective communication? Would anyone like to share the important ingredients or aspects of effective communication? What constitutes effective communication?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
This is from Chittoor University.
Your voice is a little low.
Chittoor, sir. As per your question, what are the strategies of good communication? One of the important things is to develop the good vocabulary before going to speak and communicate to other people. Number two, the good subject knowledge and effective communication.
Okay, thank you, sir. But your words were not clear to me. Host, if the words were clear to you, can you please repeat the gist of what sir just said?
So, one is having some nice vocabulary. For the communication, we have to use foreign language. Number two is having some good knowledge on the subject. And overall knowledge on the entire topic, so that you can communicate clear idea to exchange to other people.
Okay. Okay. So from the words that I could make out, you're talking about clarity, the clear idea as to what has to be communicated.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
It's Nagarazu, lecture history from NRC, Karnataka, sir, PRGC.
Yes, sir.
So, in effective communication, there is sender, message, receiver. So, coding and decoding, these are the important aspects in good communication.
Okay. A clear message from the sender to the receiver.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your input, sir. Anyone else? Any one or two inputs anybody would like to give?
University Kakinada, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
As per the Vedic scriptures,
The communication starts in 4 stages. Chatvari va parani. Aditya Sisha says about that. So we should have, first of all, the willingness to speak or commute. That is a sankalpa. Then comes a feeling has to be developed what we are speaking. Then comes the third stage, the words appropriate to that. And finally, the words are going to come out from our voice outside. So it should be audible and it should be bold and it should have clarity of our speech. That is what I feel the effective communication. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Very, very clear and profound inputs. Thank you so much. Yes, one more person who would like to share.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Radhika, sir, from NRC Vijayawada.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, effective communication takes place when the target receiver is able to understand what the sender is going to say in the language or in the expression or whatever it may be, verbal or non-verbal, that can be clearly understood by the receiver when the effective communication takes place.
Absolutely. Absolutely, ma'am. Yeah, the very important point you brought out, the understanding of the receiver.
Yes, sir. Understanding of the
effective
receiver.
communication other way,
Yeah.
the effective listening, sir.
Effective visioning.
Listening to others.
Effective listening. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, normally it's very good that inputs all of you have given. You know, many times the normal notion, the normal understanding. Yeah, I'll just finish this sentence. Yeah, I'll just finish this sentence, ma'am.
Sir,
Yeah.
NRC from Nandyal.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'll just finish this sentence
NRC.
and then you can share.
NRC from Nandyal, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sir, effective communication can relation between the sender and the messenger, sir. So it can build our knowledge and to share our thoughts and ideas and also our any type of the feelings to each others, and it can be helpful to feel the great to a relationship between our lifetime period and also the any our working period also. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very interesting point of feelings you have brought here, which is a very important part of communication. Feelings and how it can affect our relationships. Absolutely wonderful. We are going to come to that in the types of communication. We are going to come to that a little later. Yeah. So normally people feel effective communication means how to talk. In fact, the more important point in effective communication is how to listen. Listening is a more important part in communication than talking. So when we think of communication, we always think, okay, vocabulary, grammar, good language, how will I deliver my speech? But who am I delivering my speech to? I am talking to my listeners. How will I know what I should talk to my listeners? How much I should talk? In what way I should talk? Where should I start? Where should I end? I will know this only if I am listening to my audience. If I do not have a good understanding of my audience, I will not be able to communicate to them. So listening is a more important part in communication. You know, even these great singers, you know, who have really who have been loved by millions and millions of people all over the world. If you ask a great singer how to become a good singer, that singer will say the first lesson is listening to singing. You know, listening to good people singing is a very important part of improving your own.
Laptop తీసేయండి సార్ మనైతే దీనికి డైరెక్ట్ గా వచ్చేస్తుంది కదా వాయిస్ ప్రాబ్లం సెట్టింగ్స్ మార్చాలి సార్ పెట్టున్నారు కాబట్టి
Yeah, can the others be muted, please? Okay. So that is the first thing, listening. Yeah, NRC Tanuku, what is it? Can you mute yourself? Yeah. Okay. So let us do a small activity. Let us do a small activity. All of you are sitting wherever you are sitting on the chairs, right? So there are one or two people sitting behind you. There are one or two people sitting in front of you. There is someone sitting to your left, someone sitting to your right. Yeah. So there is a small activity we will do. This is like a game. It's like a word game. So you make a group of 4 people. You make a group of 4 people. Whoever is sitting behind you, next to you, in front of you, you make a group of 4 people, A, B, C, D. Yeah, 4 people. So A will start.
Yeah, small interruption. Shalilji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Diksha has no internet connectivity. She shared presentation with you. You can share directly.
Yeah, yeah. I'll
Yeah.
share that. I'll
Yeah,
share that.
thank you.
Yeah. Sure, sir. Make a group of 4. The first person A will say one word of the sentence. So suppose I am A. I say today. The B will say is. C will say a. D will say wonderful. A will say day. So now the sentence has got completed. Today is a wonderful day. The game is, the challenge is, you should not complete the sentence. Nobody knows what sentence you have in mind. You will keep saying one word at a time. It should be a grammatically correct sentence, but you should keep extending the sentence as much as possible. So if today is a wonderful, if you say day, the sentence gets completed. So the game is over there. But if you say today is a wonderful time, the next person says to, next person says learn, next person says something, next person says interesting. So now what has happened? The sentence has become longer. Your group should make as long a sentence as possible. And in the end, you have to tell how many words sentence you made. So today is a wonderful time to learn something interesting. So this is a 9-word sentence. But if you end a sentence, today is a wonderful day. This is a 5-word sentence. So the game is you have to make as long a sentence as possible. Is the game clear to everybody? You understood the game? Yes, can I see your hands? Okay, okay. So just make a group of 4. Just you have to just be sitting wherever you are, but just slightly you can tilt yourself to the person sitting next to you, and four people in one group, and you start this. We will have 2 minutes for this, and then you tell what is the maximum number of word sentence you made. Yeah, come on, everybody participate. It is a wonderful exercise, and then we will see what learning comes out of it.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Excuse
ma'am.
me, sir. I have one small doubt, sir. If we make a pair, a group of 4 means we will get only a small sentence, no? So that's what I'm just trying to
No, no.
clarify the doubt.
You can keep going. You can keep going and continuing in the same 4 people group, continuing it as a cycle.
Oh,
Yeah.
Till it becomes a long sentence.
Yeah, till the sentence gets over.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Sure. Okay, you can take 1 more minute and then we'll finish the game. Okay. Now you can you can share how many word sentence you all made.
22, sir.
22.
Sir, we can either very heavy paragraphs. This is for domestic arguments.
Yeah.
Shall we, sir?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. This training is informative, elaborative, exemplary with appropriate examples and activities to improve effective communication skills to enhance classroom teaching. Shall I repeat, sir?
Please repeat. Please repeat.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. I'm Chakravarti from University Kakinada. This training is informative and elaborative, exemplary in appropriate examples and activities to improve effective communication skills to enhance classroom teaching.
Okay, this is the sentence you made.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's quite a long sentence. Nice one. How many words it is? How many words it is?
Around 20 words.
22 words. Oh, wow. That's wonderful. Anyone else has made a sentence more than 22 words? From any place, do we have any sentence more than 22 words? I think this must be the longest. Okay. Wonderful. So let's applaud the NRC KKD team.
Sir, good morning, sir. I'm from NRC Nandyal, sir.
Yes, 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 sir.
So we have made a sentence having about 30 words, sir.
30 words. Oh my God. Okay. What is the sentence?
But a complex sentence.
Okay, okay.
Ooty is a suitable place to visit during summer season along with family and friends because it will be very cool in summer and also it is having a good greenery.
Oh, wonderful. This is
Thank you,
super.
sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let's give a big hand to NRC Nandyal. So they have really broken that record. They have about 30 words. Okay. Anyone else? More than 30 words anyone has?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Swami Rashmi from NRC Carnival, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
After getting in a morning, getting ready to go to months in order to conduct an analysis program on CSE the system to the students, parents, and other stakeholders and motivate them to join our college during the academic year 22-23, 2023-2024 as per the directions of our Commissioner of College Education, A.D. Mangalagiri.
So this is one sentence, huh? Wow. So this will be more than 50 words, I think. Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent, ma'am.
We are
I think
Nandyal
NRC
NRC, sir.
Srikakulam is trying to.
Nandyal NRC, sir. Nandyal NRC, sir. Sir, Nandyal NRC, sir. Effective communication is the process of exchanging ideas, thoughts, opinions, knowledge, and the data are passing the message very clarity and also the very effective. Thank you, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Sir, previously from NRC Karnataka.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this is one more sentence from us. We are listening to the online lecture which is given by Dr. On the topic effective communication as a part of fairness of training program hosted by the Commissioner of College and Education Andhra Pradesh, Mangalagiri. 32 words.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
Hello, sir.
Hello, NRC
Sir, this is
Srikakulam.
from
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. NRC Srikakulam. Yes, sir.
Sir, Namaste, NRC Srikakulam.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Due to heat waves prevailed in Srikakulam, the communication networks are not functioning properly and causing inconvenience to the TOT program.
Okay, thank you, sir.
NRC Nellore, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Sir, even though it's very hot outside, because of the air conditioners in the hall, we are able to concentrate on the various sessions and are able to learn several things, several aspects, how to become proficient in English in the classroom situation and become a part of the. This is what the sentence framed till now, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Sir,
Yes.
this is from NRC Vijayawada, sir. Our group has framed the sentence like this, sir. Today is Friday. We are in 6-day training of trainers program. The first session is initiated by Sri Salil Nilkar Garu. So, who started the session with an interesting activity. We are happy to perform this activity with so many words. 36 words total.
Okay. But ma'am, this is, you have made different sentences together.
For NRC Guntagal.
This is a paragraph more than a sentence.
NRC Guntagal, can we speak?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
NRC Guntagal, can we speak?
Yes, sir. Guntakal, sir. Please go. Yeah, NRC Guntakal.
Sir, please go ahead, sir. NRC Guntagal.
Okay. ఏదో అవుతుందని అంతే.
Good morning, sir. This is Sunita from NRC Vijayawada, sir.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, a vision to bring proficiency in English language of college teachers as the medium of instruction is in English. And English is mandatory for all UG programs throughout Andhra Pradesh state. Thank you, sir.
Sir, NRC Guntakal, what
This
is the
is
audience, sir?
NRC Vijayawada, sir. India is a large with a traditional, rich in culture, religious, wonderful and powerful and touristic and diversified, highly populated with a rich and resourceful, and India is a highly happy and capable and rich country.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good one.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
This is K. Vikram from NRC Nellore.
Yes, sir.
This TOT is this TOT on English, medium of instruction, proficiency in English by Commissionerate of College Education, Andhra Pradesh, in connection with IFLU, is an excellent program for learning effective communication.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, NRC Kadapa, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the Government College for Men Autonomous Kadapa, which is established in 1948, is existing in part of the Kadapa city with lot of infrastructure, and college offers nearly 23 courses in BA, BCom, BSc stream with highly qualified faculty who enlighten, encourage, motivate the students in all aspects along with NSS, NCC, WBC, RRC, JKC under the dynamic supervision of our
Goodness, I think this is the biggest sentence so far.
Hello, we are from Guntur GDC. Sir, India is the best example for its unity in diversity, which consists of so many people, belongs to different states, religions, following various cultures, speaking variety of languages and following numerous customs. We are from GDC Guntur.
Good morning, sir. This is Dr. P.M. Saranya from GDC Vishakhapatnam NRC, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So the session started with the introduction on effective communication for better learning, and it is interesting as a group activity as all the people are participated and extended each word to make a complete sentence.
Okay. Good one, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Right. So now, ma'am, what we'll do, we'll be having another activity. So let us stop here now. I will just introduce one more point, and then we will go to the other activity. It is even more interesting. Now, see, this exercise that we just did. This is an example of head-to-head communication. In communication between two parties, one head is talking to the other head. Means the communication is happening at the level of intellect. Because what you were doing, you were working with your thoughts, you were working with the words in the mind, and you made an effort to make an as big sentence as possible. So this was an exercise for the intellect. The people who are communicating with their intellect. The second type of communication is the communication which happens at the level of feelings. So one is intellect and the second type is feelings. And you will notice one of the madam made a point here also when she was talking about effective communication, that feelings plays an important role in effective communication and it really affects our relationships. Now, teacher and student is a very beautiful relationship. You know, in our ancient days in our country, when we had the Gurukul system of education, there was such a strong relationship between teacher and students. I'm sure all of you will agree to that. There was a lot of, devotion and honor and respect the student had for the teacher. And there was a lot of love and taking care and concern attitude the teacher had for the student. So that is why feelings played a very powerful role in the communication between teacher and student. In today's world, if we see, students are not respecting their teachers. So that important component of feeling from effective communication has gone out. If this component can be brought in, if the teacher has a lot of care and concern for the student and the student has a lot of respect and reverence for the teacher, then this important component which is missing in the communication, this will get filled up again. And only when communication is complete, education can happen. We cannot have proper education with incomplete communication. If the communication is broken, education cannot happen. And I feel, like last 30 years, I have been, conducting programs in various institutes in the country, the IIMs, the IITs. In fact, I must mention, I had been last year to Kadapa, where the principals of various colleges, we had gone through a leadership program, which was organized by Pola Bhaskar sir and the Art of Living as a collaboration. And I had been to Tirupati also. Tirupati also, we had a program for the college principals and HODs. So maybe some of you were there. I'm not very sure. So I've been conducting programs for the last 30 years now in various educational institutions in India and abroad. And in fact, it was very interesting experience to see how education happens in German universities. I must make a mention here, in most of the German universities, there is a department of Indology. Like we have Department of Architecture, Department of Chemistry, Department of Biology, Department of Civil Engineering, or Department of Medicine. In most German universities, even in university, I visited Berlin University, Frankfurt University, Dresden University, Leipzig University, Munich University. In all these universities, there is a Department of Indology. I was very, surprised. In fact, to the one of the students who was attending my class in Germany, in the University of Dresden, when I came to know for the first time, he said, "I'm from Department of Indology." I said, "What is that?" He said, "Indology, study of India." So I said, "What do you study in Department of Indology?" So he said, "We study Indian culture, we study 2 Indian languages, we study Indian food and Indian business, we study about Indian spirituality." And then I came to know most of the German universities have got a Department of Indology. There is a whole department dedicated to study of India. That is the level of admiration the Germans have for the Indian values, the Indian culture, the Indian traditions, the Indian heritage, the Indian education from the ancient times, which the rishis gave in our scriptures. They study the scriptures, So this reverence and admiration is an important part in education. When the student has reverence for knowledge, and when the student has reverence for the teacher, when the teacher has reverence for the student and the teacher has reverence for the knowledge, then the second aspect of communication, the feelings aspect, and the feelings aspect of communication is called heart to heart communication. The intellect aspect of communication is called head to head communication. The feelings aspect of communication is called heart to heart communication. When heart to heart communication happens along with head to head, it's a combination. Then the communication becomes complete. So we need the combination of head to head and heart to heart both. So today there is head to head, but the heart to heart is missing. Now, the heart to heart communication happens through our body language, through our eye contact, through the feelings that we feel for the other person. Yeah. So now we are going to do a very small exercise. Again, this is going to be very, very interesting. Now here you don't need 4 people, just the person who is sitting next to you. Okay. So A and B. So A will do a silent communication. You will not use any words, but you will do a communication just through your eyes. Just through your eyes or through your hand movements or through the movement of your body. Okay. And you will decide, suppose you want to convey the feeling of anger, let us say. This communication is about feelings. So you have decided you want to communicate the feeling of anger to your partner. So you are not going to say, I am angry with you. But without any words, you are going to communicate that feeling. And then the partner has to guess, okay, what is the feeling you are trying to communicate? Suppose you decide, I'm going to communicate the feeling of jealousy. You don't have to use words. Just with your eye contact, through hand gestures, through your body language, you have to communicate that I am feeling jealous. So either you are communicating, I am feeling angry, I am feeling jealous, or I am feeling sad, or I am feeling happy, or I am feeling, lost, or I am feeling humiliated, or I am feeling insulted, or I am feeling shattered, I am feeling, cheated, I am feeling betrayed. There are so many feelings we experience. Yeah. So you communicate your feeling without any words, just through your eye contact. So then your partner will also communicate and you guess. Then you take a second round. Again, you communicate some other feelings. So suppose first you did anger, second you can do jealousy, third you can do sadness, fourth you can do happiness, whatever you want. So 3 to 4 times you do this with your partner and see if your partner can guess it correctly. What feeling you had in mind, see if your partner can guess it correctly. Here the condition is you will not use words. You will not speak anything. It will be just body language, eye contact and hand gestures. Okay, interesting. Should we do? So for 2 minutes, let us do this activity for 2 minutes. Just turn towards somebody who is sitting close to you.
Shall we?
Okay, I hope all of you have done a few times. So anybody would like to share what is their observation?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
NFC Kakinada.
Yes, sir.
So we both, Dr. Chakravarti garu and myself from the class. And with the gestures of my partner, I made these observations. First one is happiness, second one is sadness, third one is surprise, the fourth one is angry, fifth one is questioning, and the sixth one is victory.
Okay, sir. So when you did this, sir, what did you observe about yourself?
So I have observed my partner, sir. With the expressions of my partner, I made these observations.
Okay.
Eyes and body language and its gestures.
Yes. Body language plays a very important role. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes. Anyone else who wants to share your experience?
Once again, this is from NRC Kakinada, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Exchange were 9 feelings. Sad, excitement, and saying no for a particular context, and then praising,
Okay.
and then angry, and inviting. Please, can you do this? So come, what are those that are there on the table? And then with whom you are interacting by showing your picture. So these are the different 9 aspects that we have communicated. And in this, under this platform, I would like to share long ago in 2006 or 7, the same college student, she was selected for dance program organized by Speak Media, Society for Promotion of Indian Culture and Music. So the girl went to Sri Madhustikya, the famous Padmasri awardee dancer, for about 1 month. She has learned only the eye contact, eye expressions under that great guru. So really, so I started recollecting all those great memories in my mind. Thank you very much for this. Right, sir.
Nice sharing, madam. Thank you very much. Yes. Anyone else who wants to share what you learned from this exercise? Okay. Anyone else wants to share what you learned from this exercise? Okay, fine. So, see, as you must have noticed, without speaking a single word, just through your eyes, through your body language, through your hand gestures, you were able to communicate with the person. And you must have seen such a big role your entire face, your body language plays in communicating. And when we use eye contact and body language, our communication becomes more interesting. See, all teachers, when I started playing the role of a teacher, when I started going as a visiting faculty, I spent 11 to 12 years in the IT industry in different parts of the world. And my IT expertise, I would go as a visiting faculty to different engineering colleges, to guide the students on the IT industry, the software industry trends, and how you can be successful in the software industry, in the IT profession. When I started this, having your own knowledge is one aspect, but to be able to communicate the knowledge to someone else is a totally different skill. And I noticed that when I was conducting, these lectures, guiding students, the students were getting very bored. They used to look at the watch. They would want to, escape from the lecture hall. It was very easy for me. Initially, this is what happened. I said, the students, they don't deserve my knowledge. They don't have any value for knowledge. They don't have any importance for their own career. But later, a shift happened. I started thinking, it is very easy to blame the student. How can I make my lecture more interesting? If I'm just giving some information, my lecture is going to be monotonous. What should I do to make my lecture so interesting that the student should not get the thought of looking at his watch? The student should want to sit more in my class. So I ask myself one question. When I go to the class, the students become happy, or when I leave the class, the students become happy? And I feel this is a question all teachers should ask themselves. When I go to the class, I make the students happy, or when I leave the class, I make students happy. So for the initial time, the answer of this question for me was, when I was leaving the class, the students were becoming happy. That means I am not doing effective communication. Then I started doing research and I started learning effective communication through various ways. But the most important way was practicing communication by taking this ownership. How can I make my communication more interesting, more effective, more impactful? And I came up with, 4 things. So, you must have heard of this app in iPhones or Apple devices called iTune. iTune, ITUNE. Yeah, this is a wonderful acronym, iTune. I will just show it in the slide to you 1 second. Is the slide visible to all of you? Is the slide visible?
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay. Okay. So for effective communication, this is the 5-point recipe for success in effective communication. iTune. Invest. I is invest. Where are we going to invest? T, trust. Getting the trust of my listener. If I am the speaker, I have to win the trust of my listener. Till I have not got the trust of my listener, my communication is not going to be effective. U, urgency. Does my student feel a sense of urgency to learn that particular knowledge which I am teaching? Or does he feel, oh, I can learn this anytime. I will go to tuitions and I will learn this. I'll join coaching classes and learn this. As long as you don't make it urgent for them, they are not going to listen to you. The 4th is need. Does the student know that I need this knowledge? Has he or she realized that I need this knowledge? See, when do you do a particular thing? Only when you realize that I need something, then you will go for it. If you don't need it, you will not go for it. Today, what is happening? The students are not realizing the importance of the knowledge. They don't realize that I need this knowledge. And this is the job of this is the skill of the teacher. It is the skill of the teacher to make the student realize that the student needs this knowledge. And E is emotion. Does the student feel emotional about the subject? Does the student feel for the subject? Does the student have any passion for the subject? How will this passion come? It is the skill of the teacher to create, to ignite that passion. See, we have had such good leaders in our country, like APJ Abdul Kalam, so many great leaders in our country who ignited the passion in the minds of the listeners. who ignited the passion in the minds of the people they used to work with. And that is why then the people who spent time with them made progress. Like, for example, the passion for spirituality was ignited in my mind by my Gurudev, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Otherwise, spirituality for me was a very complicated and boring subject. But I got introduced to spirituality thanks to whatever I learned from Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. And today I have realized that I need spiritual knowledge to succeed in the world. The trust has got built, the urgency is there. I realize that it's my need, and I feel very passionate about it. Similarly, when I saw that when I was conducting these lectures in engineering colleges to students, and the students were not listening properly, they were getting bored, they were getting distracted, I realized that I have to urgently develop the communication skill. Only then my students will listen to me. So the urgency was there, the need got created, and then I developed a passion for communication. So the person who 30 years ago was giving very boring lectures, now there are so many institutes and corporates who invite me to conduct trainings on effective communication. So that shift happened. So this is the 5-point recipe. Invest in the right value. T, build the trust in your listeners. Your students have to trust you. Your students have to trust the knowledge that you have. Your students have to trust your communication. Third, the urgency. They have to realize that this is urgently necessary for me. Fourth is the need. I need this. Without this, I will be handicapped. Without this, I will be disempowered. If I have this knowledge with me, I'll be empowered. I'll be more equipped to face the world. And fifth one, very, very important, the emotional aspect of it. The passion. Without that emotional aspect, see, human beings go by feelings. We are not machines, we are not robots. To educate a robot, you just need some instruction to be given from the head, like a computer runs on a program. But human beings will go by feelings. So these 5 aspects: invest in the right value, build the trust in your students, realize that this is, make them understand that they need this knowledge and they should feel emotional about it. Okay. Now, how our communication should not be. Okay. So this is a very interesting. See, now I believe all of you are from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. I don't know where, but most of you are Telugu speaking people. So there is a very interesting. Yesterday I was thinking because I do not know Telugu at all. Yeah. There was one of my Telugu friends who had. Let me first stop this sharing. Yeah. There was one of my Telugu friends, so I told him, you teach me something in Telugu. So if I go to a friend, I want to greet a friend in Telugu. So how should I greet a friend in Telugu? How should I say some nice words to someone who I want to make friendship with? So he wanted to make fun of me. So he taught me a dialogue. He taught me a dialogue from a Telugu movie. And he said, this is the dialogue of friendship. Anyone who you want to make friends with, you tell this dialogue to them. So I by-hearted that dialogue, and I went to few, Telugu speaking people who I wanted to introduce myself to, and I wanted to make friends with them. You know what that dialogue was? He was making fun of me actually, which I came to know later, because whoever I told that dialogue to, They got very angry on me. They did not make friends with me. That dialogue was, I do not remember very correctly, and obviously my pronunciation in Telugu may not be good at all. But let me recollect from my memory. The dialogue was from a Chiranjeevi movie. He said, so I went and told people, Chusava cheyi, yenda raffa gavandu, raffadi chesta yemana kuntu navu. This is the dialogue I told to people, and they got very angry on me. Then I went and asked my friend, what have you taught me? So then he said, this actually means I'll hit you. This hand is so rough, I will hit you. I don't know the exact meaning also. You people might know the exact meaning of it. Yeah. So our communication should not be like that. Many times we have something in our mind, but we end up communicating something else. For how many people this has happened? Just ask yourself. You want to say something, you have something in your mind, and you say something, and the other person completely has a different understanding of what you have said. So this gap, so this is called communication gap. And effective communication is how to close this gap. So I will share this video.
The middle class trap.
Sir, one must have thorough understanding and knowledge about what we are going to communicate to others.
Absolutely, sir.
Without having thorough understanding and knowledge about what we are going to communicate, then we may miscommunicate.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Okay. So in our effort to, make our communication more effective, so this is on a lighter note, I'm sharing this. It's something very funny. Many times we attempt to communicate, in a very nice way. We think, okay, I will use nice, complicated English words. Then my communication is more powerful. But it is not about language. Communication is not so much about language. It is about clarity of thought. It is about how much of head to head I use. It is about how much of heart to heart I use. It is about listening to the other people. It is about the iTunes, whether I'm investing in the right knowledge, whether I'm just like Sir mentioned now, the knowledge understanding is very important. Whether I'm investing in the right knowledge, whether I'm building the trust of my listeners, whether I'm creating the need, the urgency, and the passion for it. Yeah. But sometimes in our effort to, do a very nice communication, we end up doing some wrong things. So this is a very small video, you know. Again, it is originally a Telugu video, but you just see what it is. It is something very interesting. Let us see that. Are you able to see the screen? You are able to see the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Two beat head revolve mind blocks. Is prudent. No one by one shake on. 100 ones. Biru Shankar Reddy. That because cut your neck. Daddy, pigs only come crowd. Line comes single. That man go, this man go, that man go. My mother's husband like that for power. Anyone come? You know, Guntur, city in AP. I beat here. Their resound will come. This forest is mine. Hunting is mine. The leopard. Don't shout. Mother's promise. Horizontally cut. Listen what I say. Listen. About me you don't know. My way. Highway. Don't come. Your daddy cutting stands? Which means who's find out? Will take 1 week.
You won't believe the hunting. It was out of this world.
Yeah. So our English speaking should not be like this. Yeah. I hope all of you understood what is the message from the video.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Can you hear me now? Now can you hear me?
No, sir.
What low, sir?
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, sir, but your voice is very low, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, 1 second.
So yes, you are audible.
Okay. Now is it better?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So this video was, just to give you that message that, when our students are trying to speak English, see what happens is when in your mind, it is very important in the mind when we think in a certain language in our mind, and then we convert our thoughts in another language. Like if I'm thinking in Telugu and I'm speaking in English, then there is going to be a mismatch. If I'm thinking in English and talking in English, it will be smooth flow. If I'm thinking in Telugu and talking in Telugu, it will be a smooth flow. We are more used to thinking in the language which we understand the best, mostly our mother tongue. The language which we are most comfortable with, we think in that language. The language of our thoughts and the language of our words, if they are different, then there will be a big gap in our communication. But if the language of our thoughts and the language of our words, they are the same, then more effective communication can happen. Yeah. So, one last point which I want to share. We did the 2 types of communication, head to head, heart to heart. Correct? Head to head happens intellect, heart to heart happens with feelings. And for the heart to heart communication, your eye contact, your body language, your hand gestures, this is very important. Then we saw the 5 ingredients of effective communication: investing in the right knowledge, the right value, creating the trust in your students, creating the sense of urgency, then making them realize that they need this knowledge, and igniting their emotion, igniting their passion. The 5 things. We saw that listening is a more important part of communication than talking. Correct? And the last point which we just saw now is the language of my thoughts and the language of my words. This have to match. If the language of my thoughts and the language of my words doesn't match, my communication will go wrong. The last point I want to mention is 3 important aspects of communication. First, perception. Second, observation. And third, expression. Perception, observation, expression. Perception is out to in. Whatever I am seeing, whatever I am perceiving, like see, let us do this exercise. I am just going to say a word and just observe what is the first thought that comes to your mind the moment I say the word. Okay. Now so I'll say a word. You observe what is the first thought that comes to your mind the moment I say the word. Okay. The ocean.
The ocean.
Yeah, the ocean. So just observe what thoughts are coming to your mind. You will see in different minds, different thoughts will come as the first thought. Somebody will see, the first thought might have come as water. For somebody, it might have come as vast. For somebody, the thought might be adventure. For somebody, the thought might be shipping. For somebody, the thought might be exploration. For somebody, it could be the beach. For somebody, it could be picnic. For somebody, it could be celebration. For somebody, it could be suicide. For somebody, it could be danger. One word, but in different minds, the perception is different. Now, suppose if I say India, now just observe what thoughts are coming to your mind about India.
Map comes on first one.
What came first? Map.
India map.
India map. Okay. Yeah. So see, for you it was map. For somebody it could be great. For somebody it could be so much more to develop. For somebody it could be corruption. For somebody it could be, slums.
Multiculturalism.
For somebody it could be great value. For somebody it could be tradition. For somebody it could be
Economy.
So see, so many different, one word, but so many different perceptions about it. So this is the first aspect. What are we perceiving from out to in? The second, observation. Observation is in to in. What am I observing about myself? What am I observing about my thoughts? See, sometimes, suppose you have to, you are giving an interview, and based on that, your promotion will get decided. And your senior asks you a tough question. Yeah, I'm sure everybody would like to get promoted. Yeah, I don't even want to ask that to all of you. Everybody would like to get promoted. But suppose the condition is you have to clear one interview for that promotion. Rest all criteria you have fulfilled. Some external examiner has come to conduct your interview. He asks you a very tough question. And what happens? You get nervous. You are not very sure of the answer. Sorry. You're not very sure of the answer. So you start getting nervous. In that nervousness, you try to give some answer and the answer goes wrong. But if we use the second aspect of communication, observation. Observation is what? What is happening inside? What is happening in my mind? Okay, I'm getting nervous. If I can observe I'm getting nervous, or I'm getting angry, or I am getting scared, or I am feeling uncomfortable. The power of observation, all our rishis said, the power of observation is a great power. Just by observing an uncomfortable emotion, you can overcome that uncomfortable emotion. This is the power of observation. When you observe, I'm getting nervous, you don't immediately try to speak. You just take a pause. You observe more deeply. The moment you start observing your nervousness, you will become bigger than the nervousness. And the nervousness will drop. Next time any negative emotion comes, you apply this technique and see for yourself. I have learned this technique thanks to what I learned in the Art of Living from Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. And I have applied this in many situations. Any negative emotion comes, suppose jealousy, hatred, humiliation, sadness, whatever the emotion, nervousness, fear, insecurity, observing the emotion fully without offering any resistance to the emotion. Observing the emotion fully, 100%, without offering any resistance to the emotion. Not fighting with the emotion. I don't want this nervousness. No, nervousness will not go. I don't want this anger. Anger will not go. I don't want this fear. Fear will not go. Observing the emotion completely, 100%. Okay, I'm feeling some fear. I'm ready to observe it. This technique works like magic. So when you observe your nervousness for a few seconds, you will see your nervousness will start dropping down. When your nervousness starts dropping down, it goes below a certain level. And then when you feel little more comfortable, then you speak, you give the answer. You will give the best possible answer. But in a nervous state, in a fearful state, in a uncomfortable state, in a frustrated state, if you try to give any answer, you are going to make a mistake. So second is the power of observation. Third is the delivery, the expression. How well we are able to express our thoughts into words. And how interesting is our way of expression. So first is perception, second is observation, third is expression. When all the three come together, when you have good, or I would say the right words, when you have a broad perception, when you have a sharp observation, and when you have a clear and rich expression, a broad perception. So this will become easy for you to remember. Can we all do this action with using your hands? Can you do, all of you, can you do this action? And you repeat these words. Broad perception. Yeah. Repeat the words also wherever you are sitting. Broad perception. Yeah. Sharp observation of what's happening inside. Sharp observation. And clear and rich expression. Clear and rich expression. Broad perception. Sharp observation of what's happening inside. And clear and rich expression. These three combine together to make effective communication. These are the three aspects of effective communication. So this was the last point I wanted to share with all of you. So yes, now, I would really like to know what has been the most important takeaway for you from this session. If you can share, what was the most important takeaway?
Hello, sir.
Yes, madam.
Sir, good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Radhika again from NRC Vijayawada, sir.
Yes,
actually, you have learned, a very much good explanation about effective communication with the help of so many, examples and activities and the video which we liked very much and we enjoyed very much in Telugu. So at that time, I remembered one thing, sir. Can I tell one example, sir, for that Telugu expression? So one boy was learning English language, sir. So what he did is, he wanted to tell a sentence to others. So, మైనా నోస్ కులో వాటర్ నీళ్ళు వెళ్ళాయి గోస్ డేంజర్ అపాయం.
The student should
So
not
what
be.
he wants to convey is, in my nose, water went, so it is dangerous to me. So that's why he combined both English and Telugu language. So he is telling both the words combined together, Telugu and English together. So I remembered that because that was told by our in school, my teacher.
A question mark will give the students not to embarrass them, but to
So thank you so much for your very elaborative.
come back into your
Yes.
classroom. Okay. That's a wonderful idea to have a student-centered method. Of course, we are almost into student-centered method. The other day, Anita Abraham was speaking about the lecture method as well. Of course, it's a classic method. It has been there ever since uh, uh, the man on the face of earth. Okay, lecturing has been there. But besides that, there are many other techniques. So you have given small sessions like group discussions, seminar, jam. Any other idea from this group? Yeah. This program, what do you say? Debate. Very good. Yeah, debate. In what way is it different from group discussion? Who? So you group students into different batches or different groups, and then you give a topic and you ask them to speak on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Can Krishna College mute, please?
Okay. Rosemary, what? Yeah.
P.S. Krishna, muted. Please carry
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. So yes, anyone else would like to share what was the most important takeaway from today's session on effective communication?
Sir, excuse me,
Sir,
can
it's
you
the-
permit?
Sir,
Sir,
it's the
excuse me.
harmony between thought, word, and deed, which helps for the effective communications.
Yeah, very nice, sir. Great.
Sir, the last one, which you have focused about the three, perception, observation, and expression.
Yeah.
These are mainly based on watch, sir. Watch. That is, watch your words, watch your action, watch your thoughts, watch your character, and watch your heart.
Wow, good one.
So, which I found, all these comes from there only, sir. That is the basic principle for this perception, observation, and expression.
Wonderful, ma'am. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Anyone else would like to share what is their takeaway?
Sir, perception, sir.
Yeah.
Thinking what we observe and organize, sir. And also the observation, what can you perceive? It give to with our knowledge. And also the expression means it is the connection with the culture, values, and beliefs, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Wonderful. So that's it from my side. And yes, over to the host, madam. You can take over.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. I would like to call NRC Nandyal to propose vote of thanks for this session. NRC Nandyal? Okay.
Responding, madam.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I am Dr. Sheikh Tajuddin, reader in mathematics from NRC Nandyal. As we come to an end of Salil Pulekar ji's enlightening lecture on effective communication, I would like to offer a few concluding remarks. Salil Pulekar ji emphasized that communication is a two-way process And the important aspects of effective communication are active listening, head-to-head communication, and feelings. He stated that feeling is a heart-to-heart communication. For this, eye contact, body language, facial expressions are most important. His way of explaining these aspects of communication by conducting activities is excellent. The 5-point recipe to success is nice and thought-provoking. Now, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sri Salil Pulekarji for sharing his wisdom and expertise with us today. His insights have been truly inspiring and will undoubtedly benefit each and every one of us in our future endeavors. Let us remember the lesson we have learned today and strive to apply them in our daily lives. Effective communication is not just a skill, it is a vital component of success and harmonious interactions. Thank you, all the participants, for your attentive participation, and let us continue to nurture and develop our communication skills to create a bright and more connected future. I would like to thank the CCE officials, the Principal NRC, Nandyal, and all the organizers of this program. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much. Very grateful to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your for sparing your valuable time once again. Let's have a tea break for 10 minutes. Again, we'll start by 11:40. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఇవ్వాలండి చూడండి. I request all NRCs to switch on your videos. We welcome OSD 2 sir, Dr. Vijay Babu Garu. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Clear. We welcome you once again, sir, for this 6 days non-residential training on English medium of instruction. I request NRC Nanjal. NRC Nanjal.
Yes, responding, madam.
Us.
Warm welcome to CCE officials and all 18 NRC centers participants and also coordinators. And particularly warm welcome and a warm good morning and welcome to our at present resource person, Dr. K. Vijay Babu Garu. And
Sir, this
it's
is
a
a
great immense
collaborative
pleasure to introduce
Sir, sorry for intervening. I
and-
welcome Dr. K. Padmaja ma'am also. Ma'am, welcome ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, please carry on. Please carry on.
Okay. It's a great immense pleasure to introduce Dr. K. Vijay Babu Garu, English language fellow and OSD 2. So he is having 29 years experience, and he is having additional qualifications like building teacher skills through interactive web and critical thinking skills and ELT master trainer certificate. And also he had attended 4 teacher training workshops and 15 webinars. And also his publications are books academics nearly 7 and creative writings 2 and translation 1, critical articles 18. So, and also publications enhancing English and employability skills. So it was published in the year 2009-10. And he designed, co-authored and co-edited Skill G9 and Skill Pro textbook for foundation skills. And also critical articles, a chapter on ELT, Indian literature and South African drama 18, and short stories 40 and literary essays 50. And he had presented 40 Mana TV live presentations on curriculum, grammar, and soft skills. And also he had given 25 interactive guest lectures on functional English, student-centered methods, assessment criteria, and soft skills. And he attended various trainings and like seminars, conferences, plenary talks, and keynote speeches, nearly 28, like English language teaching, Indian literature, and ICT tools, curriculum planning, and so on. And he conducted 35 workshops on student-centered teaching methods and assessment criteria. And he organized 15 national and international workshops. He also delivered 10 literary talks on invitation. So, and he literary talks delivered on invitations 10, and he received so many awards, like he awarded a scholarship by US Embassy for attending a 10-week e-teacher training program. And also he awarded scholarship by US Embassy for attending a 10-week e-teacher training program on scholarship. And he awarded a special badge as the best participant in the e-teacher program for University of Oregon Navya Nata Poetry Prize 2014, and also English language teacher trainer for state district training programs for English lecturers of government degree colleges. And also he nominated as BOS member for review of syllabus by Acharya Nagarjuna University and APCCCE, DK Government College for Women, Autonomous Nellore. And also he got Best Teacher Award in the year 2017 in English. Really, I appreciate you, sir, on behalf of the participants. And also he got Literary Award for Poetry 2017, sir. Naga Bhairava Literary Award, that is, sir. And last, my conclusion, sir, consultancy. He is having consultancy, English language teacher training and student-centered methods, designing workbooks in student-centered methods and guiding institutions for accreditation and assessment, and literary reviews, consultant trainer for Navodaya Leadership Institute, Government of India, South India Division, Andhra Pradesh, and consultant teacher trainer for Sri GR Educational Trust, Shamshabad, Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh, and also consultant trainer for APCCCE Bapatla, and last one, he consultant resource person on NAC for APCCCE Vijayawada. Sir, so you are having high profile, sir, but we expect more to learn from you, sir. Thank you. On behalf of the participants, all the best, sir.
We are also pleased to say that Sai is a resource person at Geetham University. I request to introduce Dr. K. Padmaja ma'am to the participants.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Good morning to one and all. All principals of the NRCs, coordinators and participants of all NRCs in Andhra Pradesh. Today, I am going to introduce in the today's second session resource person, Dr. K. Padmaja, Madam, Professor in English, Government College for Women, Autonomous, Guntur. So, welcome, Madam. Madam Padmaja has completed her MA English in 1990 at SV University, Tirupati, and she got a gold medal, and she is a topper of this university, Madam. And Madam also completed a PGDTE, Post-Graduation Diploma in Teaching English in 1992 at IFLU. And she completed her MPhil in Phonetics and Linguistics in 1993 at IFLU. And Madam also qualified in NET UGC in 1996. She was completed her PhD in 2010 from Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati. So, Madam has also completed many additional academic achievements, such as lesson planning and material development course from Middlebury Institute at Monterey, USA in 2015. A course in English Foreign Language Assessment from University of Maryland, USA in 2012. And English Language Training Master Trainer Certificate from US State Department of English, Relo, and Commissioner of Collegiate Education, Andhra Pradesh. And next, certified at highest level of Self-Common European Framework Reference for Language, and 2 international scholarships also. And next, Madam has having 25 years of experience in teaching and research supervisors under BS University. Madam has published 25 papers, publications, and 11 articles. She written 2 books, that is Skill Pro, a course in communication skills and soft skills for present UG students. She acted as a coordinator and co-authored in Communicative English, APCCCE, and published a book of life and leadership skills placed on the AP government website. Madam has also so many skills such as creative writing and co-translator. She organized 25 workshops in student-centered method and communicative language teaching. So Madam has also act as a IQAC coordinator and coordinator academic council, and she is a state level resource person for NAC guidance as per the directive of Commissioner of College Education. Madam, on behalf of all NRCs and participants, I would like to invite you once again, Madam. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, sir. Sir, please carry on, sir. We welcome you once again for collaborative session.
Thank you, Dr. Sailaja. Thank you for the nice introductions. And before we start our collaborative presentation, we would like to make a request to the NRC coordinators. As this is going to be an interactive session, please try to arrange the proper mics and all other things, because we'll be eliciting so much of information from the participants, and that's why kindly see that mics are properly arranged. And dear participants, as we are planning for a good interactive session, we request you to be attentive, to be participative, and to interact more and more as much as possible. And we will start our presentation soon. I request Dr. Padmaja to share the presentation.
One second, sir. I'm just trying to share the presentation.
Fine. Dear participants, we have been arranging so many programs, and this is one such prestigious program, because we are asked to teach in English medium, right? And there are many questions, there are many doubts, and how to go about this program. You've been attending various sessions, and here in this session, we are going to present to you some of the strategies, some of the techniques which you can implement in your classrooms to make your classroom teaching or interaction or instruction more and more English oriented. So the session is English for content-based teaching. Is it visible? Is the screen visible to you all? Can somebody
Yes, sir,
respond?
it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, fine. Okay, the session is on English for content-based teaching. It is a collaborative presentation by Dr. Padmaja and myself. Okay, before we kick off or start of the session, we'll have some questions. Try to make notes and try to jot down some information and try to interact as much as possible. We'll be having some doubts before we commence this session, right? And we'll be having some expectations also. What do you expect to be covered in this session? The session is English for content-based teaching. What do you expect to be covered in this session? Take 1 minute and try to jot down your answers, and then we can expect some of you to share your answers. What do you expect to be covered in this session? Anybody? What are your expectations?
So from Pragnara,
Yeah. Can it be clear? Your voice is not very clear and audible, sir. Can you make it audible? Yeah.
Yes, from this session, we want to learn effective communication, sir.
Okay, good. Any other? Any other?
It's not really very clear. Can you be a little louder, please?
Proficiency in English and
Proficiency.
effective English communication in the classroom.
Wonderful. Proficiency in English and English communication in the classroom. Good. Any other?
We want to know how to reach our knowledge to the students.
We cannot hear you, sir. Can you be please a bit louder?
Sir, this is from NRC Visakhapatnam.
Okay.
We would like to expect use of phonetics in the subject.
Use of phonetics.
Ah.
Okay. Okay. To teach in English medium, what is very essential? What is very important? Is it phonetics or is it vocabulary? Is it grammar? What is more important?
Vocabulary is important, sir, rather than the phonetics,
Okay.
because English is every man's language.
Okay. Good. Okay, you gave some answers, and we also have some ideas with us. Okay. Yes.
We are expected to know how to transform our knowledge to the students.
How to, sir, can you be a little louder, please? I'm trying to note down how to, what is that?
Transform our knowledge to the students.
Trans-
Transformation of our knowledge to students.
Okay, so you mean to say that you would like to transfer the knowledge, your
Yes.
knowledge to students in English?
Yes.
That's good. Okay, sir. We have some ideas also with us. Let us check with these ideas, because these ideas also match with you. And you see, after completing this session, you expect to have some help with English language, how to go about with English medium instruction, guidance for sentence framing and vocabulary, and the strategies to acquire content-based English language skills. This is not meant for the English teachers, because they can teach English only through English, of course. But for the content-based teachers, English medium instruction, that too for the non-native speakers, is a big challenge. And there are many reasons for this. And these are some of the important areas with which we will have as expectations when you attend sessions like these. So with this, we are going to focus on the most important aspect. What are the problems faced by the content teachers while using English medium? You must have been trying English medium with your students. You must have been trying to teach in English. You might have noted down or observed certain challenge areas or problem areas. What are the problems faced by the content teachers while using English medium? Can somebody note down and read, and you can also jot down ideas and share. What are some general problems faced by the content teachers while using English medium?
Lack of classroom environments.
Wonderful, right? Can you please explain what is classroom environment?
Sir, they are rural people. That too, their parents are uneducated, illiterates. And they most of the time they are speaking in Telugu only. That's why they face problem. And we try to convey content rather than language. That's why we switch over to Telugu. Whenever concept is more important, content is more important. That's why we switch over to Telugu instead of saying in English. That is the problem, sir.
That's nice, sir. Your name, please?
Sivaram, sir.
Sivaram Garu, that's nice. Okay, any others? Any others? The first generation students with rural background is one reason. Any other, please? What are the problems?
Sir, the problems are from, it's a student problem, sir.
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, sir. The problems are from the side of students. From
Okay.
the side of the lecturers also, sir.
What are they?
From the student side, they are facing problems to understand the instruction in English. Maybe, as already said by the earlier speaker, they are coming from the rural background and all these things.
Okay.
And from the lecturer side, lecturers should have good communication skills. Sometimes there will be lack of vocabulary and good grammar and sentence framing and all these things, sir. So
Yes.
we may avoid the problems on both sides, sir, I think.
Okay. That's nice. That's nice. The problems are on both the sides, from the student side and from the teacher's side also. Okay, we have listed out some problems. Okay. We brainstormed and we listed out some problems. So kindly watch the slide for the list of problems. Can you all see this?
Can one of the participants read out, please, for the benefit
Yeah.
of even others?
Lack of language skills with students, absence of content-related vocabulary, lack of motivation for the use of EM, that is English medium in students, rural and Telugu medium students, sentence framing skills, inability of students to follow each process in English medium.
You all agree with this?
Yeah, these are the sir. These are the problems that they have listed. Actually, I was noting down when they were sharing. So most of the problems that we listed matched with the problems that they have added. And if there are any more problems that they perceive with relation to English medium instruction, please share them.
They are ready. You are welcome to share if you have observed any more problems than these.
Than the ones that are listed here on the screen.
Yeah. Because like you, we also have been teaching in rural areas. We have been interacting with rural students, and these are the problems we identified.
Sir, fear of English language.
Okay.
It's a kind of phobia.
Okay, is it there or not?
Not only that, as it is many people still English is considered to be the foreign language.
Yeah. That's
Not
good.
as one of our languages.
Yes.
In India, we have so many languages. But we accept even Sanskrit, though it is very difficult language. Urdu is a difficult language. Odia is a difficult language. But as far as teaching fraternity or the teacher and the staff, both they consider English as a foreign language. Still,
Exactly. Your name,
even
sir?
though English
Your
is
name?
introduced in India 1853.
Yes, your name, please.
Sir, Mastan sir, GDC Guntakal. Thank you, sir, Vijay Babu sir.
Okay, sir. Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice observations. So if these are the problems with us, what can be some possible solutions for these problems? Before we start our session, we want to be a bit positive. That's why what will be or what can be some possible solutions for these problems? Can you please think for a minute and share with us? And we also have some solutions we'll share. Keep all these problems in mind and tell us one or two solutions for these problems. What can we do to offer solutions to address these problems? Yes.
Sir, this is from NRC Kakinada.
Okay.
Sir, we should strengthen our educational system from the beginning. That is primary education and secondary education also, where students are coming without any, sometimes without any proper knowledge to receive the medium of instruction that is English. And the same thing is applicable to the lecturers also.
Okay.
I mentioned into the service, we should nurture the habit of learning English and At least we should improve our skills to teach the subject in English, sir. So that may be one of the solutions, sir.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Any others? Any other solutions for these? The screen is with you. The problems are with you on the screen. Just think about one or two solutions and share with us.
English is a foreign language. It is
Okay.
not acquired, sir.
Sir, can you be louder?
It should be learned. That's why it is a problem for the students, especially from rural background.
Okay.
That is the problem of learning English.
We want solutions.
Solution.
Okay, can you share some solutions for these problems? We are going to focus on these.
Actually, you can pick one of the problems that is listed there and then think specifically about that problem and then may come up with possible solution.
NRC from Nandyal, sir.
So it should be created.
Here are some solutions, sir.
Okay.
Environment should be created.
So first we support to the students, sir. First we support to the students to talk the English very well, and also the classroom atmospheres, and also the parents supporting and assistance of the parents, and also the handling the parents with talking the English in home also, and also the language telling the hard work doing the classroom also, sir. Thank you.
Okay, given the classroom situation, what can be some solutions within the classroom from the side of the teacher and from the side of the students?
By connecting any type of the debates and seminars to talk the students each others, and also the ones to talk the parents with some any conversations to the students also, and also the parents, sir.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we are trying to emphasize that as teachers, what can we do within the classroom, because we cannot influence the parents in our context, in our society. So what is it that we can do within our classrooms?
Within our classrooms, we can talk with the students. We are going to take the any type of the seminars, debates, and role play actions. So
One
they
minute.
can overtake the
Just a minute.
type of solution.
You know, the students do not have the basic language skills. Okay. How can you talk about the seminars? How can you talk about the debates? How can you talk about the group discussions? Before all these things, we need to equip ourselves as teachers and equip the students with the basic language communication skills. So in this
May I respond,
context,
sir?
yes.
NRC level. The basic problem which we are missing as a teachers is students' reading skill in English.
Okay.
So students, they are not able to read the English and they are not able to pronounce it properly.
Right.
And the basic two things which I have observed is listening and reading skills of students which are coming to degree college at government colleges is very, 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 very poor. So in classes, if we are able to reinstate the habit of reading, even though it is a language or it is a subject, we will have to inculcate the reading habit and other students will be listening, just we used to do in our schools. We have to
Your name, sir?
inculcate this habit
Your name?
in the classroom. Thank you.
Fine. Your name, sir?
I'm Dr. Maqsood Ahmed from NRC Nellore.
Wonderful. Thank you. So we are going to share with you some solutions which we can do in the classroom as teachers. Okay, the problems are lack of language skills with students, absence of content related vocabulary, lack of motivation for the use of English medium students, rural and Telugu medium students, sentence framing skills, inability of students to follow if class is dealt in English medium. So what are the solutions? These are some of the solutions we have. First one is developing language proficiency in English and other subject classes. As just a gentleman, I think Dr. Maqsood Ahmed, as he has presented, the reading, writing strategies of students have to be improved. And then exposure to LSRW skills. that has to be developed: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And then there should be more motivation for English medium. English students have to be motivated to attend the class and to listen to the classes, to respond to the English medium classes. And then the acquisition of content related vocabulary by conscious practice and use. This applies to some of the teachers and most of the students. And motivation for English medium by activities, through suitable activities, and then providing exposure in class and beyond the classroom. One of the teachers from Nandyal was mentioning that the students are to be motivated beyond the classroom also. This should be done. Necessary exposure in the class and outside the class. And then we should not focus on accuracy, but we should emphasize on fluency first of all. Let the students speak in English. Let the students speak very fluently. You see, if you go to northern states, North India, most of the people try to express themselves in English. They are not accurate, they are not correct. But first, if you encourage fluency, accuracy will be slowly developed. And then the judicious use of L1, judicious use of mother tongue. When we are asked to teach in English, it doesn't mean that we should not be using Telugu. Here and there, to help the students, we should be using Telugu in a judicious way. With this background, we are going to focus on our session. This session is English for content-based teaching. And we are going to share the objectives of this session. Dr. Padmaja.
Thank you, sir. As an addendum to what Dr. Vijay Babu sir has said, I would like to focus on the last 2 points which are mentioned as solutions. That's focusing on fluency and not on accuracy. This is a kind of a friendly advice even to the teachers, because as non-native speakers of English, we are consciously haunted by a feeling that maybe I'm not speaking correct English, maybe I'm not framing a correct sentence. So this is actually deterring the teachers as well. We hesitate in framing sentences or in continuously speaking in English in classrooms. So we need not be so worried about the accuracy aspect. So as we have been interacting in these sessions so far for the last 20 minutes, though we may not be accurate, maybe the participants are not accurate, but they've been conveying quite comfortably what they have been trying to say. So, and then the next point is about judicious use of Telugu. This happens even with an English teacher too. Sometimes when we are trying to teach something to students in English, when they find it very complex, especially in English, we switch over to Telugu for that temporary aspect and then resume English. So this is actually happening in our classrooms, content-based classrooms also, your subject classrooms also. So with this one, I move on to the objectives of the session. So in our session today, in order to help the content teachers, the subject teachers, like our science teachers, commerce teachers, etc., by the end of this session, you would be able to analyze the problems in English medium instruction. You have already done it actually. You have done the problems. What are the problems with English medium instruction? And you also suggested some solutions. And how to work towards these solutions, that's what we are going to do as part of our forthcoming part of the session. And this would be effectively achieved if you follow learner-centered methods. That is, if the focus of all those activities that you would be doing in your classrooms, especially with a focus on English medium instruction, equipping your students with language, then learner-centered methods are the best alternatives. And by the end of this session, you would be able to choose some relevant strategies for your classroom and apply them in implementing English medium instruction. So by keeping these 3 as our objectives, we go ahead with our session. So as teachers of content subject, what are the prerequisites? What should you have with you? What do we mean by prerequisites? When I want to teach as a chemistry teacher or as a physics teacher or as an economics teacher, if I want to teach in English medium, what should I be having with me? What abilities and what skills should I be having with me? And the first one is content knowledge. The second one is pedagogical knowledge and ability. These are all very simple things, but since we have to have the theoretical base, we are just introducing 2 or 3 points, and we will not be focusing much on the theoretical aspect of it. And then the last one are discourse skills. Yeah, what do we understand by the word content knowledge? What do you mean by content knowledge? Can anyone respond? What is content knowledge? What is the content of your subject? For example,
Content means the gist of or the storyline or the theme of any particular topic.
yeah, content is your subject content, sir.
Yes.
Actually, your physics subject, the topic that you're dealing, that is the content. And as teachers you're all equipped with content knowledge. You're experts in your subject. You already have it with you, right? So of the 3 prerequisites, you already possess 1 to your best capability. So you don't need to worry about this. Now I have my subject with me. And if I want to teach this subject very well, what should I be knowing? And that is what is pedagogical knowledge, or the pedagogical knowledge and ability. What is pedagogical knowledge? You have the subject with you, and you should also have the knowledge of how am I going to carry out this subject into the classroom? How am I going to teach this in the classroom? That is the knowledge of teaching. That's one of the aspects of pedagogical knowledge. And if you want to teach, generally, what is the method that we would use in our classrooms? When you are teaching your subject in classrooms, what is the method that you would be using? How do you teach?
That is grammar translation rules, madam. That is.
Sir, you're very familiar with the teaching methodology of English teachers.
Right,
I'm so glad that you're using these terms, but I don't think that you would be using grammar translation method. Maybe you're using translation method, right? What do you mean by translation method, sir? When you are, what subject teacher are you, sir?
Madam, English teacher, madam.
Oh, that's why you're talking about. But I request other subject teachers. How do you teach in your classrooms? What do you do to teach in your classrooms? Physics teacher, can any physics teacher or some subject teacher, can you please respond? When you are teaching, what is the method that you're using?
Lecture method and problem solving method, synthetic method, analytical method.
Yeah. So most generally the method that we would use, or most of the teachers are using, is the first one, which you mentioned as the lecture method, but you also listed some other points, right? So when you want to take the teaching into the classroom, you would also use some activities in your classrooms. You would use some techniques in your classroom, as you have said, that analytical method or problem solving method. You would use some activities, some techniques. And now you should have a proper understanding of that is what kind of a method would be suitable for my class and what activity would help them in understanding my teaching. So that is the idea that you should be having. And these are some of the things that as teachers we should have. Every teacher should have this. And as subject teachers, this is your pedagogical ability. You should know your learners, and you should also know how they would learn in a good way, what way would help them to learn in a better way, and what are the factors that influence learning. For example, in the beginning sessions, some of the teachers shared that there should be an environment for learning. They should have exposure to the language, etc. So what are the factors that influence learning? That a teacher should have a proper idea, and also our teaching context and teaching methods. Now, You have been attending many training sessions or student-centered teaching sessions or classroom management sessions you must have attended throughout your teaching career. So these sessions would have helped you in identifying the appropriate teaching technique and teaching activities and understanding the learners. So as teachers, we are expected to have these abilities, pedagogical knowledge and pedagogical ability. Now, our role, me and my co-trainer's role, comes here in the third part. We are focusing on the third part. This is discourse competence. What do we mean by discourse competence? The competence or the ability to communicate in English, which is fluent, accurate, and comprehensible. This is what you're trying to do in your classrooms. You want to communicate, and you want your communication also to be fluent, and you want it to be free of errors. And above all these things, you want your students to understand you when you speak in English. How to get this? How to equip yourselves to do this? Right? You all have this, we all have this in our mind that we should be very good communicators. Our students should understand us and we should be fluent. Yes, but how to go about that? And there are various strategies that we can implement in our classrooms to develop discourse competence. Discourse means using language especially for speaking, especially for communication, oral communication. And so in order to develop good oral communication for your classrooms, what can you do? And so here are some of the tips that we thought would be very useful for your classrooms, and we are sharing those tips with you. And the first one is employing a number of questions in your classrooms. Now, before I list some of questioning strategies, what kind of questioning strategies would you use in your classrooms? How do you generally begin your classrooms? And what kind of questions do you use in your classrooms? Can anyone please respond? Yeah, yes, sir.
Open-ended questions.
Yeah, very good, sir. Can you give an example, sir, from your subject?
Madam, who is the Prime Minister of our country?
Who is the Prime Minister of the country, sir? What is the answer, sir, for that?
Narendra Modi, madam.
Yeah, so there is only one possibility.
Sorry, madam. Okay.
Yeah, there is only one possibility, sir.
Okay,
Can you
okay.
think of another question which is open-ended?
What do we do after eating? Generally,
Sir,
we
can you
wash
please,
our hands.
Sir, can you please repeat?
What do we do after taking lunch or breakfast? Generally,
Yeah.
we wash our hands.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Sir,
we wipe out, then we take rest.
Sir, let me add a clarification here. An open-ended question, yeah, that is the first one that before I take you. An open-ended question is a question which has multiple answers, which has a potential for number of answers, which would generate a lot of discussion. That's an open-ended question. I guess you're a political science teacher, maybe because you started with a prime minister's question. So even in political science also, the same question, about the prime minister's role and responsibilities also, you could have an open-ended question. Right? Any other questions before we actually go to the types of questions? Can you give me some examples of questions that you would use in your classrooms? Science subject teachers?
Why, how, what?
Okay. Yeah.
We pose questions.
Yeah. In these three kinds of questions, ma'am, which one is more generates more answers or critical thinking skills in these three types?
Why?
Why? And also? One more. Of the three words that you've chosen, one more also. One more. How also. Very good, sir. how also generates lots of, because they have to think when they have to express, they have to give a reason or explain a process. Right.
One method is to create curiosity of the subject.
Yes, sir.
Topic which is shared. So we have to create an environment, relate it with the day-to-day activity of the student.
Yes, sir.
With the subject, so
Yes,
that he can be implanted in his brain.
Yes, sir. So as you're already.
Another question from open-ended side, from
Yes,
diagram.
Yes,
Give all the numbers which are greater than 10. So they can give n number of answers for that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But now we start with the real analysis classes.
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to mathematics, the teacher must be a drill master. He or she should write it on the board and then they have to explain. At the same time, the student has to take down the points. It should be a two-way side. The teacher and simultaneously the student also should focus.
Yes.
Right, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, you're all using some of these types of questions. For example, teachers have given examples for the open-ended questions that they would use in their classrooms. Now, this would generate talking on behalf of the students. Students would respond to us. And also, this would give a wider scope for the students without limiting, their responses. And then next strategy, that is to generate classroom discussion. When classroom discussion is generated, you are using language. The teacher is using language and the teacher is encouraging students also to use language. And so another kind of questions would be probing questions. Can any one of the teachers explain what we mean by probing questions? We generally use them in the classrooms.
Exploring, searching.
Yeah. Sir, whoever has responded, can you just give one example from your subject, sir? Can you just name your subject and yourself, and then can you give one question, sir? Sir, am I audible? Whoever has said just now about searching, the meaning, you have given the meaning of the word probing questions. Can you just think of an example from your subject? How is it different from how is it different from a normal question, a probing question? How is it different from, and how is it useful?
A probing question is an inquiry whether the student has the background knowledge of that particular topic which you are going to teach. So we will be gauging the knowledge of the student by probing the whatever he has prior knowledge regarding the subject. That is the probing.
Yes, sir. Probing question can connect to the background knowledge, but probing question can also take the students into the depths of the subject that you're teaching. For example, factual questions are surface level questions, right? Mostly what, where, when, etc. But when you go, especially as content subject teachers, why and how are probing questions actually.
Why and how?
Yeah, why and how are probing questions, and you can also, but you need not limit only to these two words. Maybe you give a hypothesis and then ask them to justify. That also becomes a probing question for the students and makes them think and then respond. And the next kind of questions are reflective questions. What do we mean by reflecting? And who has to reflect here? And how is it useful for the students or for the classroom learning process?
Student has to reflect, madam, whatever he has learned in the class.
Yes, exactly. And now, can you think of an example, sir? Because we are explaining what kind of a question is that, and mostly we use in our classrooms. And as teachers of your subjects, the content subject, think of an example that you can share with your colleagues. I think this is Maksud sir who is responding now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you think of an example in microbiology?
Reflective questions, probing and reflective questions. I will.
Yes, sir. You can share. Maybe let other teachers also respond. Someone from humanities.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
reflective questions relating to economics, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Give appraisal of achievements of Indian planning. Give appraisal of Indian planning.
Give
That
an
means,
appraisal of achievements of Indian planning.
give appraisal of Indian planning.
Yes, sir. But appraisal means, yeah, it's a kind of an estimation that the student is giving. Now, when do we ask for, when do we, pose a reflective question?
Can I give one suggestion, one question, reflective example, madam?
Yeah, yes, sir.
While I
please,
am teaching medical microbiology,
sir.
the more prominent question which I will be asking about, what is the recent incident which happened in the society? So I want to relate it with the COVID pandemic to the subject. So reflective student will be reflecting what he has experienced in his life to the subject.
Yeah, interconnecting it with the real world. You're also bringing in the
Yes.
real world dimension. That's
This is
Prior knowledge.
lecturing economics.
Yes,
Just to give you one example. Like maybe first we'll tell them the features of a developing economy and ask students to reflect on why India is still a developing economy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's a good example. And also,
Comment is also another question. Comment on a particular statement, madam.
Yeah.
Giving statement and comment on it.
Yeah. So all your examples expect a precondition that some topic is already covered. It's already covered and students have processed, and then they are looking back at what they have learned. That is what is a reflection. So, next two questions, as you see on the screen, and they are conceptual questions which would seek the knowledge of the students on the concepts that they've learned in the classrooms, and metacognitive questions. These questions, the last question is a little bit of higher order question, because what do we understand by the word metacognition?
Ma'am, that is metacognitive means it is divided into 3 parts. That is, before we are posing the question to our students, you have to detect before and during and after. Suppose as a chemistry teacher, while I am teaching benzene, first I'll pose, what is benzene? What do you know the history of benzene? What is the formula of benzene? That is before one. Later, while dealing, what are the physical properties and chemical properties which are dealing with benzene, I'll tell. After that, what is the outcome of it? So it is divided into, so that the students, we can create the inspiring in the students' achievement.
Yeah, ma'am, but I understand that the 3 questions that they have given are KWL, right? What I know and what I want to know and what I've learned. That's
What did I learn? What did I learn?
Yeah. But my question here is, what do we understand? What are metacognitive questions?
Madam, can I answer?
Yes,
Madam, it is
Yes,
also
it
a
is
task-based question,
After
ma'am.
learning the subject,
Yeah.
we'll be probing the imaginative ability of the students by posing direct or indirect questions. We can be probing this imagination ability, what he has learned from the subject.
Yeah, so it's about you're probing, you're making the students think about even the cognition process of the subject. So those are such questions, metacognitive questions, and I request Vijay Babu Garu to continue with the examples for these questioning strategies and techniques.
Yeah, when we pose questions, they help the students to reinforce the knowledge, to estimate what they have learned, and to also they motivate them for further learning. So questioning is a very important aspect in every class. And with reference to the English medium instruction, this questioning helps students to gather the knowledge about the vocabulary and expressions they can use with reference to English medium. There are many examples. I think you can watch the screen. The screen is visible for you. Ma'am has already, Dr. Padmaja already discussed the open-ended questions, probing questions, reflective questions, conceptual questions, and then the metacognitive questions. The metacognitive questions are the questions which ignite your cognitive processes. How is your thinking process ignited? How do you motivate your own thinking process? You can motivate the thinking process of the students through certain signpost words, linking words, transition words, and certain cohesive devices. Please have a look at the questions you have on the screen. There are some general questions and some probing questions. And if you see the second set of questions, can you tell me more about that? This probes the knowledge of the student. This motivates the student to talk more. If you just ask who, what, or when, or where, they give you the closed answers and they do not promote the thinking processes of the student. They do not motivate them. That's why for the initial levels of learning, when you teach them the basic vocabulary, you can use the general questions like who, what, when, where, why, and who. Maybe why and how they will help you to know about the procedures. They are higher order. But when you ask them, can you tell me more about that? What other information do you have? Do I need to know? Can you show me where you found that information? They will make the students to talk more, and when they talk more, they will use the language more. To help them use the language in a better way, you can wait for some time, you can elicit the vocabulary, you can offer the required vocabulary by writing them on the board or through certain other strategies which we are going to show you. But without questioning at different stages of the lesson, you cannot motivate them to use the target language, that is language in English. That's why we need to use different kinds of questions. If you see the other part of the screen, the questions that trigger their reflection. What were you thinking when? Did you notice that? What surprised us in that case? Such questions will make them reflect on their own thinking. You see, this process of reflection is an everyday phenomenon. Even in our life, when you meet with some unexpected events or incidents, you reflect on them. Why did it happen? How could I have avoided that? Such questions are reflective questions, and these reflective questions will motivate them to learn the content and at the same time to learn the right kind of vocabulary. And if you find certain signpost words, these words also will help you to know or to use the language in an effective way. Like firstly, secondly, finally, on the other hand, on one hand, like that. And we need to understand what these rhetorical signaling devices are. You see, while talking about critical thinking skills, how we can motivate the students to develop critical thinking skills, Paul Elder talks about these rhetorical signaling devices. These are some rhetorical signaling devices. What are they? They are the cohesive devices. They are the cohesive means which will bring them together for cohesion, like analysis and synthesis, the synthetic devices, the transition words which indicate the transition, the signpost words, and linking words. Even when you try to recap the lesson which you have delivered already, you use some rhetorical devices. You use some rhetorical questions also, like repeating a word or a phrase 2-3 times to know whether the student has understood it properly. Is it right? Are you sure? Like that. And trying to compare to bring a clarity. Is this first set correct or the second set correct? That's a rhetorical signaling device. And when you try to emphasize on certain things, you use some questions. Are you sure? What more you want to learn? All these are rhetorical signaling questions or rhetorical signaling devices. And we are now going to focus more on such transition words, signpost words, and linking words. Let us see a set of signpost words. Next, please. When you try to ask the student to talk about certain things in English language, let us equip them with such basic signpost words. Firstly, I would like to say, secondly, finally, and also you can say now and then, and then, and then, on the one hand, on the other hand. And then I'll move on now to the next session. I'll move on now to the next chapter. However, therefore, what I would like to do is such signpost words are to be taught to the students and are to be used by the teachers very frequently. And this will help them to, will help the students to use English in a better way. And then we have a set of transition words. You can see the transition words like these, namely, surely, whereas, identically, despite, however. Maybe some of these transition words you use them in writing, though not in speaking. But if the teacher consciously makes use of these transition words, slowly and gradually, the students also will pick them up. That's why it is the job of the teacher to use the rhetorical signaling devices or questions, or the signpost words, or the transition words. And now both of us are going to share with you how we can use vocabulary for adding information, for sequencing, for illustrating, comparing, qualifying, and contrasting. For example, Dr. Padmaja will talk about adding, how information can be added. I will talk about sequencing. Padmaja, can you show an example here?
Yeah, so for the last 30 minutes of this session, we have been talking about some strategies that would be useful for the teachers of subject. Furthermore, we would be talking about language that is useful in classroom management. And in addition, we would also be sharing some strategies that would help the teachers to equip themselves with vocabulary. On the top of that, we also will share with them some classroom activities where they can use this vocabulary that they have acquired. So I've used almost 3 to 4 of those expressions. Furthermore, in addition, on top of that.
Yeah, please make a list of these words, my dear phrases, my dear friends, and try to make use of them in their classes. Okay, and then we'll move on to our next part of the session, that is what can be followed to implement. Yeah, clear. Before I move on to that, Dr. Padmaja, please conclude this.
Yeah, so all those like rhetorical signaling devices that we were sharing with you, actually in your language, if you use them frequently, it would help. It would not only build your confidence, but would also help the student to learn in a better way. And I know that most of the times you would be using, but what we request you is to make a conscious use of these words while using them in the classroom. Now, another aspect that is that becomes a part of your discourse competence, that is discourse competence speaks about using rhetorical signaling devices as well as sharing the language in a simple way, using the language in a simple way. Now, so most of the times it is a complaint for many of the students that the teacher is using long and lengthy sentences, difficult words. This is what we experience in our language classrooms. Now, what can we do to simplify the text that we are handling? You are using maybe a very complex text, something that is related to physics or chemistry. You have to use complex sentences also, but how can we simplify? That is, you can simplify it by cutting down on redundancies. Redundancy means repetitions. Unnecessary repetitions, maybe you can cut down. And that in order to do this, you will have to actually reframe the text. Do not give the text that is there, printed text, original text, which is very challenging to the students. Maybe you can simplify the text by following all these strategies. Remove all unnecessary information, use simple sentences. That means the topic that you're dealing with, maybe photosynthesis, it has a long, lengthy chapter, right? Simplify it into a one-page readable text by removing unnecessary information, by using simple sentences, and by also removing complex words. Do not use complicated words. If possible, use simple synonyms because textbooks generally they use procedural words which are a little bit complicated because they are meant for general readers. Maybe you can simplify them by using simple words. And then for our students, even for us also, I observed many times with the teachers also, passive voice becomes an issue. Using passive voice becomes a complex thing. So don't go for passive voice. Cut down on all idiomatic expressions, phrasal verbs. These are all actually frills and decorative items for language, for a very beautiful and effective transfer of information. But as subject teachers, maybe you don't need that. So simplify your reading text that you're going to give to your students by doing all these strategies. That means as teacher, you have additional work. If you want your students to read and understand, and you want to convey it effectively, then you'll have to rewrite the text using these simplification strategies. And now we would move on to the next part of our session. That is, what kind of language would be useful in managing the classroom?
Yeah, what are the strategies we can implement to
me,
develop
sorry,
English medium instruction? Yes.
This is not a question, it's a clarification of the doubt.
Can you be louder, sir? We cannot hear you.
I'm Dr. Vallinath.
Yeah.
From NRC in Ellur, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sir, there was a class of 60 students. The class went on for 1 hour very well. After the class, one student got up and told the teacher that, sir, the motivation levels are very good. You have inspired us very well. Your grammar, then vocabulary, the content.
Yeah. Yeah, please continue.
Fluency levels are not up to the mark, he said.
Yeah.
But the grammar part, vocabulary, delivery, everything, questioning technique, motivation, inspiration, everything is good, but you are missing the fluency. What else you require to meet that fluency levels? That is my
Yeah, we will focus on that, Dr. Valinath. Please wait. We are going to share some strategies here. And at the end of the session, we'll talk about this fluency, how we can develop the fluency. Okay, please wait. Okay, so what can we follow to implement CLIL? Maybe the word, the expression, the abbreviation CLIL may look strange for you. CLIL is a tested method, that is content and language integrated learning. You are teaching content and language is required. So you are integrating content and language for classroom instruction. This is called CLIL, content and language integrated learning. And this has to be developed by all the subject teachers or the content based teachers, English language teachers. There are many books about it, and there are many references. There are many activities and worksheets available on the net. Kindly focus on that. So we're going to mention some of the strategies you can use to implement the content and language integrated learning or the content-based teaching. So the first thing is for our recommendation is for a PWP lesson plan. Any ideas about the PWP lesson plan? Any ideas? Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's go to the list once again back. Let's go back to the list. Yeah. So we are going to focus on the PWP lesson planning for teaching things in English medium. And then some classroom strategies you can adopt for scaffolding language and for content comprehension. For promoting language output and fluency, Dr. Valinath was talking about this. Kindly make a note. We are going to touch upon this. For promoting language output and fluency. For developing content-based language functions. For promoting interaction. For content-based speaking and writing activities. For authentic language practice in content-based learning. And we are going to share some tips for developing language structures. So let's focus on this PWP lesson plan. Any ideas about PWP lesson plan? PWP.
Yes, sir. In pre-reading, in the lesson plan preparation, we can take the account into KWL chart, anticipation guide.
Okay.
Four corner vocabulary.
Madam, be specific with your answer. What is PWP? Don't mention about KWL. KWL is different. PWP is different.
Sir, when a teacher writes a lesson plan, sir, when a lesson plan is written,
yes,
there is a pre-lesson plan discussion.
Okay.
Whether all knowledge level, understanding, application, skill levels are covered or not.
Okay.
And then during the lesson, observation is done, and then post-lesson plan discussion is also carried out to know whether everything is covered or not.
Okay. Your name, sir?
I'm Valinath, sir.
Valinath, right. Okay, the PWP lesson is pre, while, and post lesson. In the pre part of the lesson, we prepare the students for the class with real life examples, with certain videos, with the news clippings, etc. We hook the attention of the learners and we introduce the concept of the topic, that is the pre part. And in the while part, we give the input and we try to give the practice for the students. And in the post part, we try to reinforce through some activity, through some assignment. This is called the PWP lesson plan. Normally we do it in our classes, but we don't mention it on the record. But how can we use this PWP lesson plan for implementing English medium in the class? If you try to prepare the PW plan consciously, you can understand what basic vocabulary we have to give to the students, and you can plan what should go into the pre part of the lesson, what should be the introductive vocabulary with reference to your chapter or content or topic, and what activities should be planned to reinforce the vocabulary or the expression, and what post activity will reinforce and stabilize this learning part in the student. If you consciously practice these PWP lesson plans for 1 month or 2 months, you can successfully implement English medium in your classes. So in the pre part, you gather the basic vocabulary with reference to the subject you are teaching. In the while part, you pick up some activities to introduce and stabilize the vocabulary. And in the post part, you reinforce this vocabulary through some activities. So this pre-WP plan is one such strategy to develop or to implement English medium instruction in your classes. And then we have the classroom strategies, and that is using language for classroom management. Next, ma'am. Next slide. How can we use, no, the previous one only. Thank you. How can we use language for the classroom management? It's a common thing that we manage the classroom routines through some expressions. We use some basic expressions to manage the classroom routine. I'll give you some example. Okay, please go to your seat. Please raise your hand. Like that, we use some instructions. You give some commands also. What such instructions do you use in your class? What are the basic English language instructions you use in your class to manage the class routine? I'm repeating my question. What instructions in English language do you use to manage the class in your routine? Can you please share some of your English language expressions you use in your classes? I gave you 2-3 examples, like please go to your seat, raise your hand, like that. Can you give some instructions, a set of instructions like that, please?
Sir, may I have your attention, please?
Okay.
Are you with me? Are you with me?
Yes. Yes.
These are some words, English language words that we can use.
Okay, you gave 2 examples, sir. Any others, please? Any others, please?
Do you know?
Are you following?
Hello?
Do you know?
We cannot hear you.
Have a look forward.
We cannot hear you, sir.
Sir, is it not audible?
Your voice is breaking, and then somebody from SRR also is trying to respond. Sir, somebody from SRR, can you just identify yourself and please share? Or Kakinada also is trying actually.
Sir,
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah,
do you
please
follow
identify
me?
yourself. Yeah,
Yes,
SRR
ma'am.
college. Yeah, please, please
Yes,
identify.
I'm
Sir?
Dr. K. Navina from SRL.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Like,
Yeah, Kakinada, please, can you please wait? SRR faculty is trying to respond. Just please wait.
yeah, yes, ma'am. We can say like note it down.
Yeah.
About expression.
Okay.
Yeah, a
Any
few more
other?
expressions. Any other expressions?
Ma'am, do you follow me?
Yeah,
Have
I
you
can.
got the point? Have you got the point?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other?
Is it crystal clear?
Let's quickly review the last lesson.
Is it crystal clear? Okay.
Somebody
listen to
shared a
me.
good expression.
Come to the board.
Yeah. Ma'am, can you
Write
repeat
this
what you
down
have
in
said?
your notebook.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Raise
Okay,
your
fine.
hand if you don't understand.
Okay, you try to prepare a list of such expressions. Okay. All of you try to prepare a list of such expressions. We are going to share what are the different functions and what are the different classroom routines and what examples, language examples can be given. Okay, please see the chart there. The functional area, the classroom routine and the language exemplars. Okay, managing classroom. When you try to organize the students to start an activity, you can say, please go to your seat. Okay, look on page number so and so, like that. And then understanding and communicating the lesson content. When you give instructions and when you give explanations, you say, work with your partner, work in a group, like that. We gave only one example. You try to use the chart to collect as many examples as possible. And if you use these examples in the class in a conscious way, that will motivate the students to respond to you in English exam again. And then assessing the students and providing feedback. responding to student oral output. Okay, that's right. That's great. Well done, like that. And then assigning homework, complete the project by next week, by tomorrow evening, submit the project by tomorrow evening. Such expressions will acclimatize them to the English medium instruction. And that's the first step that has to be adopted by the teachers. Along with the PWP, we need to consciously practice these instructions in English medium only, not in Telugu. And I think the students do not need any translation for these expressions, right? And you see, we have some more expressions for you in the next slide. Can somebody read them out, please?
Copy the words from the board.
Okay.
Sir, is it audible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, copy the words from the board. Use the words to summarize the concept. Match the questions and answers. Take turns to read the paragraphs. Then underline the words you don't know. Nice work. Look at the example in the chart again. Those are great ideas.
Well done. Well done. Right. So we're going to now present certain classroom strategies. What language can we use for content instruction, and how can we scaffold? All these techniques are going to be shared with you, Dr. Padmaja.
Yeah. Generally, what happens in our classrooms is, even English teachers also, only the lesson part of it goes in English. Okay, now I'm going to teach tenses today, so I talk about tenses in English. But all other classroom management situations, they are just, generally they get done in Telugu. Na table meeda registers unnai teeskuramma student ki cheptam. We switch over to Telugu immediately there. Our request is that if you want to feel comfortable with English medium instruction, do not switch over to Telugu in your everyday classroom management situations, which Dr. Vijay Babu has just discussed. Your confidence in using English medium will be enhanced if you are continuously using English even in classroom routines. That's what we wanted to emphasize. It's not that you don't know all these language expressions that we have shared with you. You do know. But what we want to tell you is that make it a conscious practice that you use them regularly in your classroom so that they become a part of your classroom routine and your language use. Now, the second part of our language focus is on the use of language, English language, for content instruction. That is your subject instruction. How are you going to equip yourselves and also your students with the language, English language that is needed for your content subject? Let us take with some examples. We will begin. These are some of the strategies that you can use in your classrooms, which you use, but how they can be used in student-centered way and also to equip yourselves with vocabulary. These are the things that we would be focusing. Right. On the screen right now, you see two concept maps. Can anyone tell me which subjects and what topics are they related to? Yeah, please respond.
Economics, madam.
Yeah, the second one is economics. It's about
Inflation.
First one is chemistry.
Inflation.
Chemistry, ma'am.
The first one is chemistry.
Photosynthesis, madam.
It's photosynthesis.
Body.
Thank you. Yeah, it is photosynthesis. Now, as teachers, you want to use these concept maps or these visuals in your classes. How would you use them? What are the ideas? That is, as teachers, how will you use them in your classrooms to teach something related to photosynthesis or inflation? Any ideas how you can use them in your classes?
Ma'am, animation, we can select animation.
Ma'am, my question is, these two visuals that I'm sharing on the screen right now, the concept map that is related to photosynthesis, using this same concept map that I have shared here, how would you use this in your classroom to teach this concept of photosynthesis to your students?
The focus is on the language part.
Yeah.
not animation or something like that.
Yeah, any
How do
botany
you
teachers?
use language?
Yeah, it is not necessarily botany teachers, sir, because being an English teacher, I am trying to, help and discuss how this can be used in a classroom as a classroom teaching strategy. Though I don't know the subject, I'm not
Hello,
a
ma'am.
master of this content. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, regarding the inflation, we can frame a sentence like this to explain
Yeah.
the students.
Yeah.
The inflation rate in the economy is high.
Yeah.
And in the same way,
Yeah.
there are different types of inflation, and one of them is demand pull inflation.
Yeah.
Like showing the inflation and showing the other part in the right side,
Yeah.
we can combine these two and frame a sentence and let them understand the real meaning of inflation and other concerns relating to that particular topic.
Ma'am, can I know your name? May I know your name?
I'm Dr. Radhika, ma'am, from NRC Vijayawada.
Yeah, ma'am. Radhika, ma'am, that's a very good explanation. This is what actually wanted to focus. You show the skeletal map and you give an example of framing a sentence to the student. So for that, you need to equip yourself with the right kind of vocabulary. And then observing your model, student would also frame the sentences. And I'm going to share, actually, we have planned, we have shared some vocabulary that can be used to explain photosynthesis, and we have categorized these words into 3 categories. Can anyone identify the 3 categories, please? Can you just read out the 3 categories that are listed there? Just the headings, please.
Describing words.
Yeah.
Process words.
Yeah.
Action words.
Yeah. Now, these 3 kinds of words would help in framing sentences effectively. In any kind of a sentence framing, especially when we are talking about explaining a topic to students, you would use the describing words. Now, all these are the describing words that I could gather for explaining the topic photosynthesis. And using these describing words, you need to frame your sentence. And from framing the sentence, the heart of a sentence is an action word, your verbs. So I listed some verbs here, and I also listed some process words. Now, if there is a botany teacher or any teacher for that matter, science teachers or whoever it is, please take some action word, some describing word, and some process word, pick up some, and then try to frame a sentence about photosynthesis, because all of us have learned photosynthesis in our school days. And so this is a very fundamental topic for all the science teachers. So there are microbiology, botany, zoology teachers are there. So you can try.
Write the chemical reaction of photosynthesis.
You're
Exactly.
framing a question.
Yeah, that's a question. But ma'am, can you just
Make
give
a sentence
that explains?
which explains
Yeah.
some process.
Photosynthesis is
Yeah.
Energy converting process.
Yeah.
Where light energy is transformed into chemical energy to produce food, to produce glucose.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now, before going to the class, most of you know all these words. You have these words with you. It is just that, framing in a right way is what we are focusing on. Now, if you equip your students with such kind of a vocabulary before you ask them actually to do the activity, do you think that your students will be able to do with an example from you?
Can your students do that or not? Okay.
Yeah.
And also, and
yeah,
also
they can
1
also.
minute.
Yeah.
You need not restrict this chart to photosynthesis itself. You can use such describing words, process words, and action words for any activity of any subject. You please prepare charts like these and make use of them in the class, and they will motivate the students to learn and use language for other subjects. Okay, next one.
Yeah, this is just an example that we shared with you. And as even without an example, economics ma'am has shown how we can do it in the classroom. Now, what do you see here? Is this picture visible to you, first of all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. And these are called word walls. And this is this word wall is connected to physics subject, force and motion. And you see a list of words here presented along with visuals. How can this help in building vocabulary of your students related to your subject? This word wall that we shared with you is extra helpful. How is this helpful actually in building the vocabulary of your students related to this particular topic of physics subject?
Physics.
Yeah, even other teachers also can respond.
How does this word wall chart help the students?
Think about such kind of a word wall for your subject also. It's not just that for physics. Now, how is this double helpful for the students? What aspect of this word wall, this particular one, will help the students? Apart from the words listed there, what other help is given there to the students?
Ma'am?
Yeah?
Mathematics lecturer.
Yes,
If we
yes,
introduce
ma'am.
a word or a sentence, suppose in mathematics we introduce integration, we should give the etymology and also the root meaning of that sentence. Then integration, it is used in mathematics and also in physics and also in English also, madam. We should give the meaning, proper meaning of that word.
Yes, ma'am. That is a verbal explanation of the vocabulary. But there are many other ways which would actually reinforce and make learning easy. And this is one such aspect. For example, if you look at the word motion, a visual also is given to reinforce the meaning of the word motion. And maybe in this picture, the meaning that is given below the word motion is not really very visible to you, right? But along with the verbal meaning, a visual clue also is given to the student. So such tools, such visual tools would help in reinforcing the vocabulary, especially topic related vocabulary, topic specific vocabulary in an easy way, because input always in a text form will make things complex for the students. More number of visuals will help students to retain and the information that they have acquired.
Yeah. Before every class, before we start a new chapter, we can present the word walls like this, and we can also ask the students to prepare a chart of word wall words and keep them before the starting of the lesson. And when you use the same words in a lesson repeatedly, they'll get reinforced and the students will be familiar with the new words. That's how the word wall helps us every time. Yeah. I think it is 1:15 and 1:20 already. If you permit, we will take 10 more minutes and conclude. Can we continue for 10 more minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay, these
Vijay Babu sir, let us focus on only the important aspects, something like
yes.
Venn diagram, and then quickly move through. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we will do that. We will do that. Yeah, well, the Venn diagram is a very popular thing. It is a graph kind of thing, and when you use it for comparison, contrast, etc. And when it's not just the maths teachers that use the Venn diagrams. All the teachers, all the other subject teachers also use that. And when the students are asked to interpret the Venn diagrams, they need some vocabulary, they need some expressions. The expressions for comparing and contrast, the similarities or the differences. So if you use the Venn diagrams in the class with all blanks or with some input, we can ask the students to explain them or interpret them with the help of some phrases. Like in the next slide, we are showing you the phrases that will be helpful for the Venn diagram explanation. You see, when you show the Venn diagram like this, okay, subject A is similar to subject B. So you are focusing on similarities. Both and you can use such expressions. Okay, share or identical, have commonalities in contrast to set A differs from set B. One major difference differs significantly. Notable distinction between such expressions can be practiced by students when you use Venn diagrams in the class. And then we also have some question frames or subject frames. Next one, question frames or subject frames. You can make a poster like this and ask the students to use repeatedly in the class. Like, may I ask, why is it better that, how is it related to, and also some expressions, the sentence frames. You say two different colors. One is question frame and the other set is sentence frame. I feel, I wonder, I think, I still want to know, I will ask a friend about, I learned, I like it because. So if you promote such language frames, question or sentence frames, you can develop the students' language functions and you can enjoy a very good class in English medium. Okay, we can switch on to the strategies for content comprehension. Dr. Padmaja.
Yeah. So we shared some strategies for developing vocabulary, which you can use in your classrooms. And now our focus is on comprehension. Most of the times, if I continue in English medium, my student is not able to understand. This is one of the observations, one of the problems raised at the beginning of the session. Continuous use of English medium, student is not able to understand. So how can we make the student understand? What are the strategies that we can use in our classes? For example, you give a task to your students. I have chosen one task like creating a web page. This is the task that you would like to give. Generally, computer science teachers, they plan a task like this in the classroom. Now, these are the various steps that I have shared, that I have listed on the screen into 3 pages, 3 slides. So all these are the steps that are useful that the student has to do in creating a web page. Now you give this in the form of a handout to your student. Automatically the student feels challenged. Now, in order to make this a simple one, right, in order to make the student understand these various steps in doing this task, what can you do? How can you make this a simplified one? What strategies can you take up to simplify the task, to make the task easy for the student? Now,
what do you do? What do you do when you have a very large cake for eating? What do you do? Do you eat the whole cake all at once, or do you cut it into pieces? Padmaja.
Yeah, I'm just
cut into pieces, sir.
Yeah.
Now this is a big cake that you have in front of you, carrying 4 plus 4 plus 4. There are almost 12 to 13 steps you are giving in a single handout. Maybe you are showing on the screen to them. Now, when they see so much of content at one point, the students would find it difficult. So to simplify it, what would you do?
We cut into, what do you call, we divide it into the certain simple simpler form where most important technical words are included and the rest of the unnecessary portion is excluded.
Great.
That
Can
is
you
what
read it as a flow chart, madam?
Sorry, sir?
Yes.
Madam.
Yeah, can you repeat, sir?
They will make it a flow chart.
Yeah.
Flow chart, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's also another one. And also you want to, because if you ask every single student to do all these steps, maybe the students find it difficult. So in order to give them that comfort or confidence, what can you do as a classroom management strategy?
Certain works will be assigned to certain. Certain topics will be assigned to certain groups.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You form them into groups and then assign them bits of this task, part of the task to each group, and then finally ask them to present as a whole class. Yes, ma'am. Somebody was trying to share something.
Yeah, I was trying to say that only, ma'am.
Yeah. Right. And I want, can you please look at this one? This is an instruction that is framed for conducting a practical of Graham's staining technique for bacterial analogy or something. This is from botany. Now, this is for your practical, and the teacher has planned an instruction like this for the students. This instruction is displayed on the screen in the laboratory. Now, what would be the reaction of the student if the instruction is like this for that practical?
And let us also show the next slide so that they can compare and come out with the best answer.
Yeah. And now this is one teacher has given this kind of an instruction on the slide, and another teacher has given this kind of an instruction. Which one would be useful, or which one would be comfortable for the students, and why?
The second one is comfortable.
Why?
Why?
This it's given simple and point wise.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And also, can you observe the language, ma'am?
Yes.
I used the same one, but observe the language, how it is pruned. The language, unnecessary words are cut down.
Yeah.
You find lots of verbal text here in this slide. Whereas if you observe grams, iodine, etc., and also demonstrate the technique of tilting the slide, etc., all those sentences are removed in the next slide. The instructions are brought down to the bare minimum, which is necessary for the practical. So what are we trying to elicit from this? That don't give the instructions in a very lengthy, complex sentences. And instead of that, what can we do? Just what you've shared. Frame.
Simple instructions.
Simple sentences, and also point by point.
Yeah.
Instructions, right.
Even when they give the text also, it should be broken into smaller chunks and it should be delivered in simpler language so that the students will be motivated.
Yeah.
So what are the benefits of breaking down the task into smaller steps? You say in our next slide, we are going to give you more inputs. It will be more manageable. It will be less overwhelming. It allows the student to make steady progress. It allows the student to see a beginning and an end. It develops the organizational skills of the students, and it focuses more on teaching independence also. So the independence must be there with the teacher and the student too. So we need to, it may be a long test or long instruction. It should be broken into smaller, meaningful, easy language functions. So we're going to share another strategy for content comprehension. Using the same technique of breaking into smaller chunks, when you have a lesson with you, if you break the lesson into smaller chunks like this, if you add some questions on the other side of the handout, without explanation, you need not explain anything. Without explanation, with the help of the questions, the students will understand and they will try to answer. And whenever there is difficulty, you intervene and you try to explain in simple English or in Telugu also sometimes, if it needs be, you can do that. So instead of explaining line by line in Telugu or English, if you plan your text in such a way with, if you, in two columns, in the first column, the text, and in the second column, the questions, if you plan like that, your discussion will be more interesting in the classroom. Instead of translating each and everything, you will be promoting discussion, you will be helping the students with the right kind of language. So we can use these things. You can elicit some of these things. You can involve them in pair and group work activities for interpretation of charts, posters, and diagrams. You can use some of these strategies like this. You can use, we don't have enough time, otherwise we would like to explain these examples also. And you can involve them in jams, sentence summaries, paragraph summaries, etc. And we have some focus on the authentic language practice in the class also. Dr. Padmaja, would you like to talk about that?
Yeah. So your subject related authentic language. Authentic language, what do we mean by authentic language? As teachers, the language that you are carrying into the classroom is an academician's language or a textbook language. But language related to your subject, which is used in the world outside, in the real world outside, maybe the language of chemistry in a pharmacy or in pharmaceutical laboratories, or the language of physics in maybe some industries. Now, how do the students get exposure to this language? That is authentic language, and the sources for that, as teachers of your subjects, you know very well, but we are just sharing some possible channels where you get access to these things. So you can take your students to TED Talks, or maybe you're already bringing TED Talks into your classrooms, and maybe subject related videos which you yourself prepare or which are available in abundance in the internet. And podcasts are some wonderful subject learning strategies. Actually, they are not meant for teaching. They are meant for sharing information or discussion on the topics, but they would be very useful in the classrooms, which you might be using in your classrooms, or you can bring them, and you can bring the news clips and newspaper, technology world, etc., all these things into your classroom. So these would become the strategies for taking your students in, for exposing your students to authentic language.
Yeah.
And
yeah, along with these, kindly focus on the language aspects like subject-verb agreement, and then monitoring the tenses which you use in the class, and also the articles and the prepositions which we use, and also the passive form. If you focus on such things, your classes will be more interesting and the students will be more motivated to use the English language also. Yeah, we both try to present our best, though we don't belong to the subjects. We studied them and we brought them as examples. And we'd like to close the session now, Dr. Padmaja, right?
yeah, and maybe if they have any observations or questions.
Yeah, they are welcome. They are welcome. You're welcome to present your observations now. Take 2-3 minutes and then let's try to close the session. Anybody? Okay, we can close the session.
Yeah, thank
you.
you so much for being with us, for listening to us so patiently. Thanks a lot. This is Padmaja, and
thank you. We are signing off now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for outstanding collaborative presentation. I would like to call NRC Nanjal to propose vote of thanks for this session. Quickly. NRC Nanjal, please respond immediately.
Responding.
Yeah.
This learner-centered class.
No.
Ma'am?
Yeah, sir. Please carry on.
Yeah, they're not audible. NRC Nandyal is not audible, ma'am.
Sir Nanjal, please respond.
So am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, the session is best example of a learner-centered class. So in the beginning of this session, the resource persons enlighten us with the problems faced by the content teachers while using English as a medium of instruction, and also provide possible solutions to overcome the problems. We also learned discourse skills like how to make questioning in different ways, and also learn the possible strategies to simplify the sentences in the classroom. We also learned certain strategies for language for classroom management. With this brief feedback, on behalf of Commissionerate of Collegiate Education and all the participants of NRCs, I wholeheartedly thank the resource persons, namely Dr. K. Vijay Babu sir and Dr. K. Padmaja madam,
for sharing their knowledge and expertise to all of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, for giving a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time. Thank you for extending your support. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shailesh.
Let's break for lunch. Again, we'll meet by 2:10.
We'll be meeting only in the next session on Friday.
Next batch, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People have joined. I'm not ready. I don't know. If you don't give me this much time, then. No, I'm not ready. We have joined the meeting. Yeah. Share is here, no?
Anita Abraham, ma'am. Anita Abraham, ma'am. Session starts by 2:10, ma'am. Please note, ma'am.
I'm here actually. Anil sir said 2:15, but I'm willing to start it at 2:10. No, I'll start it at 2:10.
Sound.
I request all NRCs to switch on your videos, please. Welcome back to post-lunch session of day 5. As you already know that we have assessment at 4 o'clock, 4:25 p.m. We welcome Anita Abraham ma'am, the day 5 training. NRC Nandya, please respond.
Madam, good afternoon, madam.
Please wait, ma'am, few minutes. I request all NRCs to switch on your videos and my participants attentive.
Hello. Responding NRC Nanjal, madam.
Okay. So please introduce today's resource person to the participants, ma'am.
I take the privilege of introducing today's resource person, Dr. Anita Abraham, HOD, Associate Professor of English, Vivekananda Government Degree College, Vidyanagar, Hyderabad. She has 30 years of teaching experience at the postgraduate and undergraduate levels at Pondicherry Central University, Mysore University, and in government degree colleges in Hyderabad. She is a gold medalist, securing first rank in MA from Madras University and MPhil from Pondicherry Central University. She is a certified teacher trainer for the Government of Telangana, the British Council, and the US State Department. Dr. Anita Abraham has an extensive list of accomplishments, including being a member of Board of Studies for the Department of English at Osmania University, Hyderabad. She is a course writer for the Professor G. Ram Reddy Center for Distance Education and undergraduate general English textbooks for Osmania University. She is a paper setter, moderator, and an examiner for Osmania University and several autonomous colleges. She has presented several papers at national and international conferences and published research papers in several reputed national and international journals. She has been resource person for several FDP programs and CLT and student-centered learning across India. She is a state-based teacher awardee. Dr. Anita Abraham was selected and funded by RELO, US Embassy, India for several courses in prestigious universities in the US. She has been recognized with several awards and grants for her contributions to English language education. She represented India in the prestigious International Visitors Leadership Program to visit universities in the USA, sponsored by US State Department. She was awarded the TESOL Professional Designation by TESOL USA. He is passionate about traveling, visiting new places, imbibing its culture and gardening. It is an honor and a privilege for us, madam, to have you with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, teachers. Can I continue with my session? Shall I begin my session?
Please carry on.
Yeah, just a minute for me to upload my PPT. So I'm just going to mute and stop the video for a minute so that I can share my PPT. Just bear with me.
Your screen is visible, ma'am. Sir. Ma'am, is there any issue, ma'am, regarding slideshow? Anita Abraham, ma'am?
It is not started.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Fine.
Okay. Yeah, but then just give me a second.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Oh, this has. Let's see the difference.
Yeah, so can you hear me and can you see my slides now?
Your slide is visible and you are clear, ma'am. Audio is clear. Please
Yeah.
switch on video, ma'am. Video, please.
the problem here is I'm not able to get the I I'm unable to.
Please carry on, ma'am. Please carry on.
Yeah, that's what. I won't waste your time. I'll just carry on. You since you can hear me and you can see the slides, kind of. Okay. I'm really sorry for this hitch up because there was some problem and I uploading my what do you call PPT, and in the process I lost the video and the also, I was unable to unmute myself. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. The topic for today's session is strategies to develop the English language skills in undergraduate classrooms. And that becomes very, very important. Can you see my next slide? Are you able
Yes,
to?
ma'am, but keep it in slideshow, ma'am. Little bigger.
Okay, I'll do that. Full screen you want it, right?
Yes, ma'am, full screen.
Is it better now?
No, ma'am, it looks very. Ah, now it's better. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am, now it's okay.
Thank you so much. All right. The National Education Policy 2020 is a major step towards reimagining the education system and boosting every aspect from accessibility to, oh my God, yeah. To pedagogy and things like that. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a shift to online teaching and learning, and the Indian education system has experienced an extensive shakeup in the last 3 years. And learning, as we know today, is no longer bound by time or location. And in this age of technology enhanced, personalized, and interdisciplinary learning, we teachers need to develop skill sets so that we are 21st century ready in the classroom. And in your state, with the introduction of English medium, top down, bottoms up, whichever way you go from KG to PG, or it becomes important for us teachers, whether we teach the language or whether we teach content subject, to be equipped with language skills and the necessary content skills so that we can create an ecosystem and environment in our classes so that our students benefit and are have the required skill sets to be 21st century ready. With the National Education Policy 2020 being the guiding light, the education system is in a stage of transition with more changes being cooperated, and it only foresees a better educated and a future forward country. Now I'm again having problems. Okay, it's not moving. Just a second. I'm really sorry for this. When we are talking about the 5 trends that we are going to be seeing in the, can you see my slide? Is it okay? Can I have a response from someone? Well, when we're talking about 5 trends in the 21st century, we are, or especially in this academic year 23-24, we are talking about an integrated curriculum. It refers to the teaching approach. It refers to the teaching approach which combines different areas of the study into an integrated whole, and this approach creates a more cohesive learning experience for students by linking different subject areas and demonstrating an interconnection between them. Then there is reforms in teaching methodology. The traditional teaching learning way, is on its way out, and there is more emphasis given to practical activity and project-based learning system. Apart from learning the subject, learning will focus on developing language skills, creativity, critical thinking, and important life skills. There will be an extensive use of technology and English as recommended in the NEP 2020, and such instruction will lead to wholesome education. Evaluation is another area where we are going to see a lot of change. Emphasis will be on activity-based learning, and it will lead to increased evaluation of the students' practical knowledge of subjects. And like you know, evaluation is done in English. So we need to focus on these things. Non-theoretical experimental based assessment will gain prominence over the earlier standardized theory based tests that we are used to. And also we will see that there will be I think your state is way ahead in matters of higher education. You all have already mapped teaching outcomes and learning outcomes with teaching objectives and learning objectives. So it becomes very easy for us to see whether learning has taken place in the classrooms or in the course that we are teaching or the program that the student is attending. And of course, there is NEP 2020 and the changes that we are going to see just implies that there should be continuous professional development of teachers, like what is happening now. There should be a lot of investment in professional development of teachers, in their working environment, service conditions, so that teachers stay up to date with the latest teaching methods and strategies, as well as subject knowledge. Now, if there is a requirement to use English in the classroom and it is become mandatory, then like what is happening in these TOT programs, these kind of skill updation is very, very important. And there, of course, there will be emphasis on skill development. NEP 2020 outlines the importance of skill development as part of education to promote multidisciplinary learning and to provide students with a strong foundation in technical skills to stay competitive in the job market. And student with employable skills obviously will find work easily and contribute and impact the economy. And if one says, and as the session progresses, I will and everybody knows that English is a linked language. English is a global language. And so English as skill set is very, very important for the students. And so we need to what do you call make it available for teachers and students in the classroom. There is a worldwide shift in Anglophone countries from English being taught as foreign or second language to English as a medium of instruction for academic subjects. There is a move towards content and language integrated learning, and that has come out of research because, earlier the English or the second language would happen and then the subject classes. But now with interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary kind of learning, there's this new concept that is being tried worldwide, which is to integrate content and language. So what is the implication of this? That incorporating language instruction into all subjects can help learner develop their language skills while also learning content. And this is going to be the focus in the future. And English as medium of instruction, or EMI as they say, it has various geopolitical and socio-cultural implications. Despite that, it is a trend that is happening in English. I mean, it's very, we as teachers, as educators, we know, what this implies, bringing English into the classroom, the socio-economical condition of our students. Then we have vernacular medium in our country. So how are we going to balance it out is another story. But incorporating language, and here I'm talking about English language, because that's the global language now. Maybe 10 years down down a decade later, we may be learning Chinese, or we may be learning whatever would be the global language. But right now it is English. And so we need to incorporate the language instructions into the content learning. And we see this phenomenon at the tertiary level, the secondary level, and at the primary level because of the NEP 2020. Now, there is this Brown's principle of language learning, and this is what you call applicable to across subjects, across the curriculum, across non-English major subjects. According to Brown's principle, which has a three-pronged approach. First would be the diagnosis, which is to assess the situational need of the context of teaching, and that is very, very important. Okay, the country, the country where the institution is placed, or in our case, state. For example, if you just look at India itself, with all its varied, distinctions, what is needed in Andhra is not what is needed in Telangana. What's needed in Telangana is not what is needed in Kerala, or what is needed in, let's say, Uttarakhand is not what. So, you need to make a situational analysis, the need or the context of teaching. It could be the socio-economic educational background of the learner, the purpose for learning English. Is it social? Is it political? Is it institutional? Okay, so like, for example, now English has been introduced into at the tertiary level and at the secondary and primary level in your state. Now, as teachers, it is mandatory. Now we need to also, think about it, why it has been done, and take it off from there. And then the motivation for learning English. What is the student's motivation for learning? If we are clear about that, then, teaching English becomes very, very important and easy also. Then, of course, would be treatment. After the diagnosis, we would have the treatment, which is select appropriate teaching and learning techniques to achieve the teaching and learning goals or outcomes. And this could be in a variety of ways depending on the situational need or the context of the teaching. It could be controlled practice, semi-controlled practice, free practice, or group work, depending on the situation, the where the institution is placed, or what kind of a class you are handling. Okay, and every class is different. The composition or the environment of each classroom is different. So as teachers, we need to make this analysis. And of course would come the most important thing when we talk about teaching and learning. We forget the other important component, which is assessment. All the three things go hand in hand: teaching, learning, and assessment, because our job doesn't end with teaching and learning. If you need to know teaching outcomes and or learning outcomes, and you need to map it with your teaching learning objectives, the feedback you get comes from your assessment. It can be performance-based assessment, it can be your continuous internal assessment. You need to get a picture of the learning that has taken place, and of course the summative assessment. I have the reference for Brown here in case you need to look him up. There are 4 domains of language acquisition, namely speaking, writing, reading, and listening. And you need to mute that. And they need to be equally exercised across the content area. There should be, this should be covered, and thus is essential to language, the learner's language development. So what we see generally, and what I mean, all of us have experience as teachers, and when I'm talking to you, I'm not talking as a language trainer, or I'm basically talking to you as a practicing teacher who has taught for 25 years in government degree colleges in United AP and now in Telangana. Most of our students have the ability to read, because they do read all their textbooks in English, they do write their exams in English. Obviously, they listen, and because they are able to understand, and hence the reading and the writing happens. It's only we find that speaking doesn't happen. So they may not be very fluent, they may not be very accurate, and I mean, it's very easy to say that it's the English teacher's business to make sure that, these skills are acquired by the students. But as we all know, language learning happens only when you hear the language again and again and again, and you get, enough scope to practice it again and again. So what's going to happen is, what do you call, if what happens in the English class gets scaffolded in the content classes or the subject non-English classrooms, that is non-English major classrooms, that is whether it is the physics, the chemistry, the economics, or the commerce class. What happens is students get ample opportunities to use the language, and when you teachers use the language, then what happens is they get to hear the language, and then I'm going to talk about certain techniques that you can use in the strategies that you can use in the classroom, where you are exposing the students to the English language. And then, in the general education classroom also, you scaffold the English language learning. Classrooms in India, whether it is in Andhra, in Telangana, or across, or anywhere in the world, is very, very diverse, unless it is, a Western country like, let's say, Britain or America. Even American classrooms are so diverse, or a British classroom is so diverse, because I have seen it. You have students from all over, and like we have the problem with vernacular medium students, whether it is Telugu, Malayalam, Hindi, or whatever. They do have problems with Spanish, Chinese, Korean students also, Indians also, of course. But then Indians and Chinese, we are very quick. Koreans, we are all very quick to grasp the subjects and the language also. But I have seen professors struggle with students who speak, who speak Spanish or Italian. So it is a worldwide phenomenon, because the world has become a very, very small place. And so you have students from different cultures, and not everyone has English as second language. That is something we must remember. And in India, we are fortunate, because English is an official language in our country, and many of us have, if despite our mother tongue, whatever it is, English, we have had some sort of exposure to English. And we educators or teachers, what we must do in our classrooms is help learners understand the content concepts in English. And the educators or the subject teachers need to view themselves as language teachers also, and support English in your classrooms. That is something very, very important. If you don't do that, then that English language skills that we say is mandatory in the 21st century for our students to succeed will not happen. Now, what are some of the things that we could do? The first thing is to be aware of our students' needs. Okay, and how do you do that? You need to move away from the walls of the classroom. You need to understand that each student's family background is different. Their circumstances are different. So learning the subject or learning English may not be a priority for them. I mean, it's very easy. And especially when we talk about our government degree colleges, we all know, the composition of our students. Okay. And so as teachers, we need to be aware of our students' need and meet them halfway. Of course, the responsibility also lies with the students, but as teachers, we need to know that. And I think we have the mentor-mentee system, counseling, whatever you call it, where we allotted 30, 40 students. I mean, we need to, really interact, and that's very important, mentoring students. That's the only way we will come to know what their needs are, it could be a financial need, it could be an educational need. So that's how we need to, scaffold the learning process. And then knowing their background and their educational experience is also very important. Not only can you support them, you can also plan your class lessons better. Now, the other thing is now, we have to make uh, uh, we need to learn about the theories of language acquisition. It is not mandatory for you all to read all the theories that are available, but just knowing about second language acquisition, the theories behind it will help us deliver our lessons better. That is your content lessons better, because language like I mean, for us Indians, it comes naturally. We all speak 3 or 4 languages. Our mother tongue, you speak Hindi, you speak English. So knowing how we acquire these languages, the theory behind language acquisition is important, because it just helps us reach our English learners more effectively. And then there is English language proficiency. Social English language proficiency is different from, English language proficiency for, academics. Now, academics, I think our students have enough proficiency, because they are able to read textbooks which are in English, they are able to write the exams. So if we just scaffold the listening and the speaking, I think we will come up with students who can use the language with greater ease. And of course, the other thing is, because see now, we are talking, NEP 2020 is talking about classrooms without boundaries. We are talking about what do you call, battery. We are talking about classrooms without boundaries. We are talking about staff rooms without boundaries, where, what happens is, you need to interact with teachers from other what do you call subjects, to know where the student stands. Now, I'm an English teacher. I do the assessment. I know the student is weak in reading, but then I don't tell the chemistry teacher that, and the chemistry teacher gives the lesson to the student to read, and then the child is not able to read and understand. So that is what happens. We are very individualistic and very compartmentalized, the traditional teaching learning situation. Now we are talking, NEP 2020 is talking about collective teamwork among teachers, where we are not only sharing resources, but we are also updating each other about the group of students we are teaching. For example, let's say it's an MPC class. I'm just randomly taking an example: maths, physics, chemistry, and you have English and second language. So the teachers who handle this 40 or 60 students need to be in touch with each other. The English teacher needs to know what's happening in the maths class. The maths teacher needs to know what happens in the English class, not on a daily basis, but once in a while. You need to collectively come together and assess the needs of these students, so that we support each other, and it helps plan our lessons better. So both language acquisition and content acquisition happens at the same time. Then, of course, the other way of, or another strategy to improve the language in content or subject classes is use videos as manipulatives. Internet is the resource that's available, and it is available for everybody, and so many sites free sites. Yeah, Srikakulam, do you all have a problem? GCW in Srikakulam. Any questions? What is it? Okay, I'm just going. Am I audible? Can you see my slides? Okay, I'm just going to continue, assuming that you can hear me and see my slides. Okay, so use the internet as a resource, use video clips. Now, the language of internet is English, okay? And, students see this here, and then they are able to understand content concepts and English at the same time. So do use internet, which is a source that's available for y'all, okay? And then, of course, language proficiency strategies would be, one is not available for, one shoe doesn't fit everybody. Not all learners can grasp everything easily. So you need to scaffold it. You need with various kind of strategies, So one thing doesn't work for the entire class. So you need to blend strategies so that everybody's needs are met. And like I said earlier, collaborate. Please seek support from other teachers. Otherwise, they can, that's the only way in NEP 2020, what we are talking about, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, doesn't, only apply to the students. It also applies to us teachers, where we too need to interact and make sure that students succeed in whatever they are doing. Now, moving on, it uh, it can be very, very intimidating, the fact that uh, you are bringing, how am I going to use English all the time in the classroom and things like that. Well, we all have done our PG and our research. We write research papers. We have the required, felicity in the language. It is only that our system allowed us to use the vernacular medium also. So little conscious, make sure that, we are using more and more English, and the LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing must happen in English, and make it as student-centered as possible, and so that, what you call language learning takes place along with the content. So when we say that, English as medium of instruction, or when you say content integrated language learning, nobody is shifting the focus from the subject classroom to English. What is going to happen is two things are going to happen simultaneously, and students need not be aware of it, because what is happening is, when the teacher uses English, then the students are automatically going to use English. If you just think back, how did we pick up our language? We just picked up the language from schools and colleges, because that was the medium of instruction. So when you change the medium of instruction, and when we do it midway at the tertiary level, we are going to, face certain resistance. But when it's a policy decision, when it comes top down, it is a government policy, I don't think we should have any issues. Only we educators, we teachers must be mentally prepared for the shift and go into the classroom and use the language, focusing on the content area. Now, the focus of the classroom would be the content, and but uh, how do we use what are some of the what do you call techniques that you can use in the classroom? To just a second, my PPT jumped again. Yeah. What are some of the techniques that you could use? Most of you all would be using. I'm just going to quickly run through it. The first would be cooperative learning. Give them tasks, give them activities where they can, work together to accomplish a task. You give the instructions in English because the in an English classroom, you really need to make up the activity so that the students do it together, whether it's a game or an activity or whatever. But your content or your subject classrooms gives you ample scope, topics that can be covered in collaborative learning, where the cooperative learning, where the students work together in English, your instruction are in English, you are taking care of the class, where you are acting as a facilitator and helping them in English. That's the most basic, and that's the correct way to introduce English into the classroom. Of course, all of us have presentation assignments which the students do in group and individually, and they do it in English because that's the medium of tertiary education. So ensure that the vernacular medium is used less in class, and then anyway content is covered in English, the books are in English, presentation. So give students more opportunities to do these activities. For example, under the choice-based credit system here in Telangana, the student is asked to make to do an assignment and a seminar. So just don't restrict it to that because they are graded on that. Don't restrict it to one assignment and one seminar. After each topic, you could have mini seminars and mini assignments where the students is using the language. Otherwise, in a semester, there's just one presentation and one assignment being turned in by the student. Give them opportunities like this so that they are unconsciously using the language, but then they are also developing their content knowledge. And of course, you could have activities where you have a topic is covered in a panel and students have a Q&A. Then of course, the very famous KWL chart, which many trainers or must have already spoken to you about, where you do a brainstorming session on what you know about the topic, what you want to know, and after the lesson is over, what have you learned? All this happening in English. Brainstorming. Okay. This is a really learner-centered activity where you start off the lesson with a storming session and students think collectively. And, there are various activities like this. It could be a discussion forum, group work, pair work, where you put them into little groups and you assign an activity and then draw the best characteristic out of the group. And then it's the teachers, what would I say, smartness and how the grouping is done. You put students who are good in language with students who have students with good language, students with good content, this thing, and you do a mix of both so that, content and language both is picked up side by side. And of course, case studies, it's a higher order thinking, what do you call, activity, but then it explores the topic more and it develops the creative and the critical thinking of the student. You must do case studies. I think the commerce faculty already must be doing it, but we can, use it across the curriculum, and this is a wonderful way to cultivate higher order thinking also, and also use the language where students will also read up, a lot in English before they discuss the case study. And of course, the jigsaw where you break the students up into group and give, different parts of the topic, and then they put it back all together. So that's another wonderful way where, students get to use the language. And of course, there are various other ways like experiments and the role plays, student as teacher, where you just give the student a topic and they prepare and come, and then they take care of the class. There are various ways to do it. And of course, your computer labs, you could use it please bring technology. Just like English is being brought into the classroom, technology is another thing that you should introduce into the classrooms, and you must use the computer labs for your content area also, so that learners can practice and without the fear of failure. You take them to the lab maybe once a week and ensure that they are looking up material on the content this thing. And then of course lab style activities which allow students to move freely, gives them hands-on experience, and you also they are able to use the language. Of course, workshop where that's peer learning, and then the peers give them feedback, demonstration. Project, of course, is another thing. As teachers, we just need to ensure that the whole thing is done in, it's all in your subject or content area. It's only that these activities are done. These are learner-centered activities which gives opportunities for the students to use the language, and at the same time your work becomes easier because you become a facilitator and you're ensuring that your content learning is also happening, and of course problem solving. And then competitions ensure that your students take part in competitions, whether it is at the district level or at the state level or national, international level. This is another area where students can use the language. Debate is a wonderful platform, for critical, creative thinking, and at the same time for the use of, the English language, because the debate, the topics would be in the content area. And this is my favorite, and this is, I think most of you all do it also, because this gives ample scope for the content, because we are not taking, by introducing English across the curriculum, one is not deviating from how important it is for the student to have the content concepts. So in a flipped classroom, what happens is you give them the topic, the children research on it, prepare it, and come back, and the teacher is a facilitator for. So this again gives the student a lot of time to read, understand in English, and then present in English, and the teacher just facilitates the entire process. And there are certain things, there are learner-centered teaching method focuses, the or shifts the focus from the teacher to the student. And I'm sure you must have heard that over and over the last 5 days. But then it's very important for us teachers to let go from the center stage that we have been occupying for what do you call decades, and allow students to take center stage, because that's the only way NEP 2020 with all its implications can be introduced in totality. You can bring, all the things, whether it's technology or whether it is English or whether it is experiential learning, whatever is required, and make the students employable, 21st century ready. All the demands of NEP will be only met if we, move to the sidelines, we become facilitators, and allow students to be involved in active learning, allow them to solve problems, answer questions, formulate questions, discuss, explain, debate, brainstorm, and that's active learning. And also allow them cooperative learning. It is important to bond, work in teams, problem solve in teams, in groups. So these are it does two things. There is positive interdependence also, and there is individual accountability also. So we see a shift from the traditional teaching of where we were very, very individualistic. So all these needs to be incorporated, and it's only that English becomes the medium of instruction. You are not shifting the focus from your subject. And of course, inductive teaching and learning, in which students are presented with challenges. There is inquiry-based learning, case-based instruction, problem-based learning, project-based. This is all that you could do in your classrooms. And what would happen is that you will see that students are having more and more opportunities to use the lesson, to use the language. And some of the other strategies that could be used in your non-major English classrooms would be based on research. That is, like I said earlier, it is very important to build relationship with our students and be culturally responsive. Integrating culture into the classrooms is very, very important, okay? And you should be culturally responsible and create a positive learning environment for English language learners. Now, when we walk into the classroom this academic year, and when we say that medium of instruction is going to be English, everybody is going to have challenges. But then and the challenges is not because of, they are reticent to learn in English. It's going to be a complete change of mindset, just like it is for us, where we use the vernacular medium to support the teaching learning process. Okay, so you can imagine for a student who has, let's say, for 12 to 13 or 14 years been used to also listening to the vernacular medium, or constantly taking support from the vernacular language for understanding, suddenly the shift is going to be very, very difficult. And but then it is for us teachers to change our mindset and then change the mindset of the students. It's not going to be difficult, because I mean, it is difficult, but we need to take it as a challenge, because half the work is already done. It is not that nobody is not aware of English. I mean, I have been to countries where, let's say, some place like China, where English is not a second language. English is just an academic language. So students learn English for academics, but they don't use it for the social or any other kind of interaction. So that becomes difficult. But we and our students see English all around us. So I don't think it will be very difficult. It's just a change of mindset. And then most of our textbooks, the internet, the exam that they write is all in English. So it's just, we are halfway through. We need to just make sure that, we need to come full circle. Now, of course, as content teachers, you need to focus on the academic language, literacy, and vocabulary of your respective subject. If you do that, then that, along with what happens in the English classroom, where grammar, pronunciation, and other things are taken care of, we meet each other halfway, and that should be a good beginning. And also, always encourage peer interaction and collaboration. Peer interaction and collaboration among students. And since we are introducing English as medium of instruction across the curriculum, it's good for us to interact with our peers, colleagues also, so that we are sharing, giving feedback to each other on how things are in the classroom. And like I said earlier, use a lot of visual aids in your classrooms, because you can use PPTs, you can use video clips. There are so many things to make the concept easy, so that what happens is, not only content learning happens, but at the same time they are listening to a lot of English. And if you listen, which is a passive skill, then speaking, which is an active skill, also gets activated, because you see our students reading and writing well in English, because reading is a passive skill and writing, which goes along, is the active skill. So they read content in English, and they write their exams in English, and they pass and they get good grades. Now we need for them to listen to a lot of English, so that they start speaking also. Then we take care of the LSRW. Okay, and then also cross-cultural peer learning. Of course, in our classrooms, we don't have so much of cultural differences, but what could happen is, whatever little cultural differences there, excuse me, cash on it and provide students to learn language from their peers. And of course, give students a lot of practice also, consciously. It's content, your subject, that is in focus, but give them opportunities to practice. And then, like I said earlier, be intentional in your grouping and also use a lot of technology, okay, in your classrooms. Now, what is the need to develop English language skills in a non-English major classroom, which are your classrooms? Okay, lot of research has gone into it. It is not, that it is just a political decision, or it is just that somebody thought of it and this thing. They say that, by using learner-centered method and introducing the language for instruction as a medium of instruction, what has happened is it enhances short-term mastery of the subject, long-term retention, in-depth understanding of course material. It also, leads to acquisition of critical thinking and create problem solving skills. There is a formation of positive attitudes to the subject taught also. And also there is an elevation of self-confidence in knowledge and in skills. The person that I'm referring to is somebody who has done, Richard Felder, who has done a lot of, he's a chemical engineering professor, and he has done a lot of research with the college science and engineering courses and his own classroom and also research literature. And he has found that, by developing language skills with content, you see a change in the learning levels, the learning outcomes of the students. Okay. Now, when we are talking about future ready college graduates, there is one skill that is very, very important, and that is language skills or communication skills, whether it is reading, writing, speaking, or listening. Now, what are the 7 C's of effective communication in English? I'm just going to just take you through it. Please use it in your subject classrooms. We are not asking you to be English teachers, that the English teacher will do that job, but then use English as a medium of communication while delivering your content in your areas of specialization in your subject classroom. And you will see that there would be a lot of difference in our students picking up the language. The first one would be clarity, then would be completeness, then your thing should be concise, and then there should be consideration. One should be courteous, one should be correct, and one should be concrete. Now, when we are talking about clarity, what we mean is we should use simple, familiar sentences. We should avoid repetition and, include a lot of examples and illustration and visual aids so that our students pick up the content. Now, when we are talking about it, the communication being complete, don't leave any room for doubt, okay? Give complete messages so that time is saved and the task is accomplished. You can use the WH questions, what, why, where, how, so that, question the students so that you're challenging them to see that they have understood concepts, and always stop in between to check if the learning is going as you wanted it. And of course, communication in English should be concise, avoid repetition, unnecessary information. Then you should also be considerate. See, every classroom ecosystem environment is very, very different. We must know our audience. We must know. So what works in for example, let's say in my situation, how I would handle a BA HEP, History, Economic, Political Science class would be very different from an MS, Math, Statistics, Computer class, or a BBA class. So as teachers, we need to be very considerate, audience-centered, student-centered, ensuring that we are getting the desired response. And in our case, whether the students are learning the content with English as medium of instruction. And of course, be very, very courteous. I'm sure this academic year 23-24 is going to be a stressful year for all of us with NEP 2020, with English as medium of instruction and all the other things that we do as teachers in college. Do not carry baggages to classroom. Be courteous. Ensure that the content of the message is communicated in a courteous tone. Never lose temper. Never be rude to students, because learning doesn't happen. It inhibits learning. And I'm sure all of you are senior teachers with many years of experience. We are dealing with young adults who bring a lot of baggage to the classroom, and especially our students in government degree colleges, whether it is, it can be social, it can be economical also. So it is very important how we handle these young adults. And of course, the correctness, okay? We need to be politically correct. The language should be accurate in content, data, format, and language. We think just because our students don't give us feedback that they don't know if we go wrong. And there is absolutely no problem in telling the student that, let me check up, I don't know this. Or even when now that you will be using English, maybe we will go wrong. And English is not our mother tongue for you or for me. It's a foreign language. It's a second language. So we will make mistakes. They will make mistakes. So let's all learn together. And of course, the communication in English should be concrete, not vague. Okay, don't make it difficult. And for you all, it becomes so much easier because you're not dealing with, as English teachers do, with poetry and, abstract concepts and all. You all are dealing with specific facts, figures, concrete ideas. So for you all to use the language becomes very, very easy because you have the parameters of your content or your subject, and that's what you will be dealing with in English. Okay, and of course, make sure that the communication in English is effective, so that we are role modeling it for the students, and unconsciously they also pick up that when they communicate in English, these are some of the things that they should also take in consideration. Those were the 7 C's. There are some other relevant C's to communicate in English. One would be candid. One should not have any bias. That's why change of mindset is very, very important. One should be consistent. That's very important. Coherent. We should be well organized and logical. And of course, we should be believable. We should have credibility. So these are some of the strategies that you could use in the classroom and ensure that, we are continuously planning and working on our topic and align the topic with the language that you would need to communicate it effectively. And also take feedback, have clarification, pause, listen more to the students, choose appropriate mediums, because some lessons lend itself to visual medium, so that you are transacting your content using the language very, very effectively. Now also, of course, verbal communication is important. Using English is very, very important. At the same time, you also need to take care of non-verbal communication, which we were doing. But, when you scaffold the English with the non-verbal communication, then communication becomes more effective. All right, take care of your body language, okay? Make sure that, your facial expressions, eye contact, gestures, and the proximity level, all the personal space, all that is taken care of. And there are certain barriers to communication. And as teachers, we need to understand. That's why understanding the needs of the students, I said, was very, very important. So make sure that you know what is causing this barrier. If you feel that, it will be difficult to shift. I'm sure nobody is using Telugu all the time in the subject classrooms. You do use English, but then, you were scaffolding either way. The vernacular was scaffolding English or English was we were, using both the language in the classroom. There could be, barriers. And what does that barrier come from? It is for the teacher to identify and ensure that, you deal with it. And it could be different barriers for different students. So that's why mentoring your students is very important. And I said also collaborating with your colleagues across in the college is also very important. Now, ask your students, are you afraid of developing your language skills? Yes, it is English and it's a foreign or an English language, and all of us are, because it is not our mother tongue. Yeah, I don't know Malayalam, you don't know Telugu, then there is a problem because that's our mother tongue. But then this is English, it's a foreign language. So analyze, why are we afraid of learning or speaking or communicating in English? Is it content? Is it confidence? Is it the language per se, or is it the audience, your students? Analyze, work on it, and I think that would solve all the problem. And while using the language, there are certain things. Language would mean any language, but I'm specifically talking about English. Ensure that your volume is pitched at the right level. You're not too loud, you're not too soft, so that it becomes easy for the students to understand the pace of delivery and of course the tone. Always courteous, always polite. And then of course, this is the English teacher's job, but it would be nice if you all model good pronunciation and good grammar too, because what happens in the English class gets scaffolded in the subject classes also. So, it's a 1 hour class or a 15-minute class in various colleges. So they only hear 50 minutes of pronunciation and grammar, good grammar. And if it gets consolidated in the other classrooms, that would be really, really good for the students. Now, it is very important that, we are well prepared and we collect our thoughts and, communicate effectively, maintaining eye contact, because then when the students know that there is nothing to be scared of, they will also start talking clearly and slowly, and make sure you're brief and precise, and never talk down to your students, and always be open to feedback. And Stephen Hawkins, who is a management guru, he always says to be employed is at risk and to be employable is to be secure. And when one asked how can one be employable, he said it was by enhancing your language skills. And he said by language skills, he meant English now, but you never know how the world will progress, and it could be any other language. Now, Spanish is the most spoken language in the world today. Chinese is the most powerful language. So you never know how things will change in a decade's time, or in our lifetime as teachers. So enhancing language skills is very important. And right now, English is the global language, link language in the world. So we will ensure that we use it as a medium of instruction across the curriculum to develop the language skills of our students and make them more employable. Communication skills, when they talk about it, they're talking about English language skills, and that is the most desired skills by any employee. Do you have any questions? Can I just continue, or are there any questions that? Okay, I'm just going to continue. I'm just going to talk about some top skills for a teacher. Yes, please.
From Visakhapatnam JDC women.
Yes, sir. Please tell me.
Madam, in the initial slides, you said that the new educational we said that 5 educational trends.
Yes, sir.
First one is the integrated curriculum.
Yes, sir.
If integrated curriculum follows, then why single major systems are introduced in the UG courses?
When you say integrated curriculum, single major is something that was happening for a long time in other states. I come from a college in the 80s where I did single major. When you say single major, for example, I majored in English, but then I have minors from different other subjects also. I have done a course in history during my 3-year undergraduate program. I have done something from chemistry. So it is interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, but you major in one subject. It's different systems of education. Like now we have the 3 optionals. For example, you're majoring in maths, chemistry, and physics. But in this new system, you will be majoring in one, but you will have minors across subjects. So that way, it is multidisciplinary. So that's how the national education policy has been framed. It has been used in the West, and I am a product of that. So it doesn't mean that you will not have. There is nothing wrong with the system. It is just a change in approach to education. It's just that instead of majoring in 3, you will be majoring in 1 now, but you will have minors across disciplines.
Okay.
Did I answer your question, sir?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm just going to, any other questions? So I'm just going to quickly take you, yes. I'm just quickly going to take you through top skills for a teacher in 2023. When I say 2023, it means the academic year where we will be finally introducing NEP, and then like Sir from Visakhapatnam just said, you're going to see major changes. See, when the system changes, we are always very what do you call, anything new will scare us, but then we'll get used to it. Actually, I studied in Chennai, and this single major system was in the 80s. I majored like that for my undergraduation. I saw this 3 system. I am from Kerala, where we also have the single major system. But what do you call? I saw this 3 optional, the 3 major thing that we have in Andhra and Telangana after I joined service in 1998 here. So it really doesn't matter. Of course, it is difficult to adjust, but then it is multidisciplinary, so there is nothing for us to worry. It is the way the world is. In the Western, I think we have taken some things from the Western world, and one of this is this. Okay, so when I'm talking about top skills, becoming a good teacher requires not only content knowledge, but also certain soft and hard skills. And
I'm small doubt, ma'am. Excuse me.
Does it? Yes, somebody from Nandial. Do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please tell me.
Madam, tomorrow's teachers, madam, robots will replace teachers by 2027. Mr. Anthony told in British Education Council, madam. Yeah. Is it correct?
Well, see, there's going to be a future where artificial intelligence will take over. Now you have ChatGPT and Bing. You are seeing what is happening in the world today, right? But how far and how soon is still to be seen, because artificial intelligence is also in its, initial stages of development. I don't know if maybe in the West 2027, but I don't think it's going to happen so soon in India. But then artificial intelligence is going to, that's why I said use a lot of technology. I kept saying that because that's the future of everything, even education. But how far it will replace teacher, how far, like for example, we saw in the pandemic from face to face how we had to shift to online, which we just did the transition. So what kind of development will take, and how soon, not what kind, how soon is a little early to predict, but then it is a reality that all of us have to face. And, with the kind of resources that artificial intelligence will bring to a student, a human being will not. I will not be able to provide everything to my student, let's say, what ChatGPT could do in half an hour. You understand what I'm trying to say? So how this is going to happen, how this is going to play out, we'll just have to wait and see. But then it's already seen in the education sector, and how it is going to happen, we'll just have to wait and see. 2027 maybe in the West, but I was recently attending a seminar abroad, and they were talking about how students are turning in assignments on Chat GPT. So that it's so easy to do. And most of you all must have tried Chat GPT and Bing and those kind of artificial intelligence platform that are available. And when you run a plagiarism check, it doesn't even show. So that's why the research world is in a turmoil on how to deal with these kind of things. Of course, how we introduce it, we as teachers could be very resourceful and use the artificial intelligence platform into a classroom right now also. But then it should be done ethically, and we should not allow students to misuse it. I hope I've answered your question. Let's hope we see only the positives and not the negatives, right? Okay. So apart from hard skills and soft skills, like I was talking about, there are various things like patience, kindness. These are all skill sets that the teachers need to possess. And the teacher in today's dynamic environment needs to develop critical thinking skills, and a teacher has students from different backgrounds, and the job of an educator involves meeting and solving the problems of their students as well as that of the college. We all have additional responsibility. So critical thinking skills is something that will help the educator to think rationally and make better objective decisions and come to unbiased solutions. So all of us now, with the kind of pressure that we are going to be under, we need to develop critical thinking skills so that our students also develop critical thinking skills. And we must be open to new ideas. We must get rid of our bias. We should develop emotional intelligence. That's very, very important. And also a lot of research to think critically, be open to debates, be open to new ideas. These are very important things. And another thing, a teacher needs to be a good communicator. And if you are not a good communicator, then you will know that your lessons are not happening. And then further, the teaching is shifting to remote and hybrid models of learning. And so the teachers in the 21st century need to be equipped with skills to use digital tools to communicate. And like we were dealing earlier, the dynamics of the teaching, learning, assessing process is shifting so continuously that we must be ready for all the changes, including bringing robots and artificial intelligence into our classroom. So, I mean, you must have gone through several what you call sessions on how to develop communication skills. Another skill that we need to develop and demonstrate to our students is organizational skills. Okay. And our job includes taking multiple classes, yes, and working for the administration of the college also, even looking at co-curricular extra. So you're multitasking all the time. So you need to have good organizational skills like time management. You need to have organize your lessons and demonstrate hands-on to your students. This is how things need to be done, because see, our students are young adults who are constantly looking at us for guidance, motivation, leave alone language and content. So we, when you look back, you always have that teacher or a principal or somebody who has been, or it could be, somebody from your secondary, tertiary level, university, who has been a role model for all these things. So we also need to do this. When you do this, you're communicating in a non-verbal way to your students, and that gives them the confidence to pick up both content and language, and also develop leadership skills. When you take up leadership skills, when you take up more responsibility, you come out of your comfort zone, and your students see you doing certain things. What happens is they look at you as role models, and this can develop a very positive change in them. And you also need to have, which is very important in our colleges, conflict resolution skills. So and I'm sure there are issues among colleagues, with the management, among students. So how, and a classroom especially is a hotbed for conflicts with students getting into arguments, and so the teacher needs to develop these skills and handle it to show the students how situations inside and outside in the classroom can be handled. Also, always be in control, develop creative thinking by yours and the students by brainstorming, stay updated. That's very, very important. And that's something that the AP government is doing so well, constantly updating the skills of the teachers. And so we need to keep ourselves abreast with what is happening in the world, so that you're constantly giving the students what is the latest and not something that's old and not in vogue. And of course, digital skills. Classrooms in 2020 two were highly digitalized. We've been seeing in since the COVID, and we're going to see that in the future also. All right. Smart learning tools in the classroom, remote learning. Okay. So the teacher needs to be tech savvy to fit into the modern education system. And if our competition is with robots, and it's going to be as soon as 2027, so we really need to be tech savvy, and especially subject teachers. And when you are tech savvy, what happens is the language will be, go hand in hand with the content, right? And upgrade your devices, become a certified digital educator. So that is a reality that all of us, are going to face in the future. So we need to be aware and open to it. And of course, I will talk about patience as one of the criteria, because it's a skill set. And if we demonstrate that, our students are going to pick up. Because as teachers, I don't have to tell you that we are constantly going through a lot of, we need to manage stress management is something that we do, so don't get burnt out. Okay. Avoid that and learn to manage your stress. Be empathetic, be in control of your emotions. And I would say, to
I'm
conclude,
sorry for intervening.
Yes.
As we have other session also, please
Yeah.
conclude.
Yeah, I'm just concluding. Okay. Yeah. So teachers need to have a set of dynamic skills, a set of skills that could enhance their experience with modern pedagogy and modes of education. In order to teach modern students, our 21st century students, the teachers need to be adaptable and flexible towards learning and developing required skill sets. And if English as a medium of instruction has to be introduced across curriculum from the academic year 23-24. We as teachers must be ready for that change and equip ourselves with the necessary skill sets that is required, so that both language learning and content learning would happen across the 6 hours or the 8 hours that the students are with us in the classroom. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I will take it.
Very effective and informative session, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Is there any queries from analysis? I request Nancy Nanjal to propose vote of thanks for the session.
Yeah, before that, I would like to just apologize to everybody for the little problem that I had with uploading my, what do you call, PPT. I mean, I don't know what went wrong. So thank you for bearing up with me for that. Thank you.
A pleasant good evening, all, madam. It is an immense pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks to Dr. Anita Abraham, English language fellow. Our topic is on strategies to develop English language skills in the undergraduate classroom. A madam made an excellent lecture on incorporating the language instructions into content learning, which can help learners to develop their language skills. And also, madam quoted 4 domains of language acquisition, that is speaking, writing, reading, and listening, which are essential to the learning language development. And it is very wonderful to say that educators need to view themselves as a language teacher, where every teacher has to be implement this. And there are so many student-centered learning methods. Madam was excellently explained and designed for the student, where involved all these speaking, writing, reading, listening skills. So, madam, you gave a clear examples and ideas and so many methods you give, madam. It is very excellent, madam. It is motivating and practicing and developing the fluency and confidence in all the children through the English language lab, learning lab, where you gave 7 C's communication skills formulas, madam. Those are very interesting. And it is true, madam, a teacher must be a good communicator. And yes, ma'am, you gave a motivation for a modern student, how the teacher is. Thank you, madam. And also, I'm very thankful for the CCE and NRC coordinators, all the participants. Thank you, one and all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. As per instructions, we have to vote for our department in Scotch project. So I request all master trainers to take some time to instruct our participants on this. Master trainers, please take 5 minutes to instruct our participants regarding this. Program coordinators is also requested to do this.
Okay, ma'am.
You already shared the link in group. By voting, we can brand our department as per our Dr. Anil sir instructions. All NLCs are requested to stay connected till 4 o'clock. We have assessment at 4 p.m. Till 4:25 p.m. Our link will be enabled. After 5 minutes, have tea break and come back. I request all NRCs to switch on your videos as we have shared assessment form in group. I hope all participants are joined in voting. As today is the last day, please try to vote for our department. Master trainers are requested to make participants attentive during the session. NRC Pile, Tadepalligudam, Guntakal, please switch on your video. We hope all participants received the assessment form, so you can start your assessment. NRC Pile, please switch on video. Guntakal. NRC Pile, respond avandi. Master trainers should take a stand on this.
అవసరం మనల్ని అడగల ఆపేయండి.
NRC Guntakal, please respond.
Madam, NRC Guntakal responding, madam.
Sir, switch on your video, please.
Madam, on చేశాం మేడం. ఒక్క నిమిషం.
Yes, sir.
ఓకే మేడం. ఓకే.
Pile also, please respond.
ఓకే.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Pile, okay. GDC Pulivendal added, sir. Now you can try. Kadapa. Kadapa NRC, please note that Pulivendal added.
Okay, madam.
Last 5 minutes. Thank you all the master trainers for your initiatives and all the participants for actively participating in assessment, not only assessment during the sessions also. You are all very active. Thank you so much. Let's end the session today. Thank you. Once again, reminder to all the master trainers, please involve all the participants in voting. It's very crucial time for us. Now we are getting very less votes. That's why you are reminding you once again. And the list of participants also we did not receive from analysis. We request all the program coordinators to update attendance sheet also. Day-wise attendance sheet should be updated. by few NRCs. So please note all these points. Thank you so much.
GDC voting process completed, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
It's for our department, not for us. So thank you for your active participation.
Madam, NRC Karpa, madam.
Sir.
Voting completed, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Madam, NRC Srikalahasti voting completed.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please send the same link to your GDC students also. Ask them to vote for our department so that we can brand our department, our colleges. In turn, our students will get branding. Please note. Please share the same link to your students also so that we can get more votes. Single vote is very important today. As today is the last day, so we request your support. Thank you.